yet known if this variant will have any impact on the vaccination program, but scientists say vaccines can be cleaned. There are plans for a third booster dose and the government is playing down any concerns that it could delay the next step on the roadmap out of lockdown.
NHS relatives to coronavirus have criticised the low start date for public inquiry into its handling of the pandemic.
And then parties also questioned why the independent investigation can't begin sooner. And a warning to you, so not to put before this inquiry, people get off the ground. And should we be clear, does the inquiry open in spring of next year, or do the tools get put into place?
What do you mean?
That's a very interesting question, because the Prime Minister says the inquiry will officially start in spring 2022. No more detail on the specific date or which month of spring next year. But that doesn't mean work will start now. So, for example, the and releasing people to sit alongside that person and maybe an advisory panel of experts to feed in advice and information as the inquiry gets underway. We will also have to design the terms of reference. In other words, what is the inquiry actually looking at, and does it focus into particular areas of the pandemic response? And also, people involved in that response, whether it's ministers, government officials, or scientific advisors, are already gathering their emails, their documents, papers, and WhatsApp messages, which they have been doing for several months. So even though the start of the hearings or the first official moment of the inquiry starts, it might be some way off, there is still going to be activity in the next few months. And also, I imagine there's quite a lot of scope for politics around this, because different politicians and different ministers and different interest groups will have different interests in what's investigated.
Adam, thanks very much for taking us through that. We'll speak soon.
£160 million will be spent by NHS England on pilot schemes to tackle the increase in waiting lists since the start of the coronavirus pandemic. Announcement comes as a new report from the Institute for Fiscal Studies suggests hospital admissions for routine surgery in England fell by more than a third last year, with the biggest reductions in the North and Midlands. In February, the number of people waiting for treatment reached 4.7 million.
All 38 and 31-year-olds in England will be invited to book their first coronavirus vaccine this morning. They'll be offered the Pfizer or Moderna jab in line with the guidelines from the UK's vaccine committee. The decision follows a review which found younger people had a slightly higher risk of developing an extremely rare throat clot after receiving the first dose of AstraZeneca.
See the headlines as they happen. Watch BBC News live in the app and get the full story at bbc.co.uk/news. Follow the story for all the latest with BBC News.
Nandagyan sa ano mo, ang dami na nung kagabi. Tingnan mo, Facebook to views. Dumaan na sila. Alam nila may tao pa siya. Ano, titingin sila. Pag may nagtabrayan, diyan sa kausapin mo. Tapos, hindi ko pa alam mo yung dating nila sa'yo? Malaki yun. Malaki yun. Bibigay niyo. Kung nakatambay sila sa'yo.
Bumili tayo ng karatuhan, binigyan yung supi, binigyan sa akin, no? Binigyan sa sasakyan, no?
Bakit ka naman kasabihin?
Binigyan sa sasakyan.
Yung ano? Kanan?
Breaking news tonight, the largest U.S. pipeline resuming operation 6 days after a crippling stack attack. The pipeline initiated restarted today as the gas as an emergency worsens, the average price
May
surging
binipan naman to.
$5 an hour.
Meron yan?
65% of stations out of gas in North Carolina, more than 40% in Georgia, South Carolina, and Virginia. How long the company says it will take to return to normal. Liz Cheney ousted from her GOP leadership role in a closed-door vote after refusing to bow to former President Trump's falsehoods about the election. Tonight, Cheney speaking out exclusively to Savannah Guthrie for her defiant message and sharp words for the top Republican in the House who supported her removal. The death toll rising in the Middle East, an Israeli airstrike leveling a 14-story building in Gaza. Hamas fired a vaccine rocket. This is the blame for the CDC greenlighting Pfizer's COVID vaccine for 12 to 15-year-olds. 17 million teens eligible in a matter of hours. The price you pay rising on everything from food to furniture to airfare. Let's launch the surge.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening. We start with breaking news. Officials say fuel has resumed flowing to the Colonial Pipeline. Critical supply line coming back to life this evening after being held for ransom by computer hackers, triggering panic buying of gasoline in the southeast and leaving several states under states of emergency. Again today, drivers met with out of gas and closed signs at the pumps in many cities in the south. The pipeline, which stretches from Texas to New Jersey, is not expected to return to full operations just yet, leaving continued uncertainty for drivers fearful of running on empty. Our Tommy Amos is in Charlotte now with late details.
Tonight, the Colonial Pipeline is back online, but fear is still fueling the frenzy at gas stations. Outages in major cities making finding gas a guessing game, and in some cases, leading to violence.
Some of the other employees here had to, go out and break up pipes, get customers in the machines.
In Pensacola, Florida, 73% of gas stations are out of fuel. In Raleigh and Charlotte, North Carolina, at least 70%. And in Metro Atlanta, 65%.
The gas shortage is affecting all types of drivers, including commercial truck drivers. The operators of these big rigs tell me that they need to get their gas now, because if they don't, the deliveries are going to be delayed. So how about it?
North Carolina, Virginia, Georgia, and Florida declaring states of emergency, pleading with drivers to be sensible.
Look, if you need gas, get it, but you don't need to be recording it right now. That's going to make it worse.
The average price per gallon is $3, the highest in 7 years.
I see people with like 50-gallon drums coming out. Do you really need all that? This is how they don't live in.
Government officials and oil and gas experts say the problem right now is not a lack of fuel, it's getting the fuel to gas stations.
Sending the truckers would be a great way to do things. Obviously, there's a big king in the hose, and it needs to be established.
Trucker Ken Kuznowski transports gas for a living.
You guys can't keep up with that demand.
We're stuck to do it right on. Today, we're everybody's hero when we show up at a gas station.
So Thomas, we reported the pipeline back in business, but it'll take a while to unravel that behind you.
Yeah, Lester, that's absolutely right. These long lines in Charlotte are going to be here for the time being, and that's because Colonial says even though the pipeline is up and running, the product delivery supply chain is going to take several days to get back to normal. Lester?
Tommy Amos in Charlotte, thank you. Today, Congresswoman Liz Cheney paying a price for standing up to former President Trump and his election lies, losing her leadership role and telling Savannah Guthrie she plans to restore the Republican Party. Peter Alexander has more.
Tonight, Liz Cheney is no longer the third-ranking House Republican. Moments after her GOP colleagues ousted her from her leadership post, the Congresswoman remained defiant.
I will do everything I can to ensure that former president never again gets anywhere near the Oval Office.
Her expulsion happening behind closed doors when voice spoke that she did not dispute. Cheney's out after clashing with colleagues over former President Trump's repeated lie that the election was stolen, telling Savannah Guthrie he should not be a part of the GOP's future.
Are you the leader of the opposition in exile right now in the Republican Party?
I intend to be the leader, one of the leaders in a fight to help to restore our party, in a fight to bring our party back to substance and principles, and in a fight to make clear that we won't participate in and really dangerous effort that's underway.
A lot of people frame this as a battle for the soul of the Republican Party.
This is the, I think, opening salvo in that battle.
But Cheney's critics say her dissent has been a distraction, arguing she's out of step with the vast majority of Republican voters who support Mr. Trump and his agenda. Trump ally Jim Jordan tonight insisting you can't have a conference chair who recites Democrat talking points.
So all the conferences, so what we want to be unified on messaging against the Biden administration's reckless policies that are destroying this country.
Former President Trump praising the House GOP's move, slamming Cheney as a bitter, horrible human being and a warmonger, writing she has, quote, no personality. Meanwhile, Cheney is calling out top House Republican Kevin McCarthy, who backed the effort to remove her.
I think that he is not leading the president right now. And I think that it's sad and I think it's dangerous.
McCarthy today in the White House with President Biden, who welcomed leaders from both parties.
I don't think anybody is questioning the legitimacy of the presidential election. I think that is all over with. We're sitting here with the president today.
President Biden hosting that meeting to see if there's a compromise to be had with Republicans who oppose his more than $2 trillion infrastructure plan.
Usually, this is how much they do that.
But telling MSNBC in an interview airing tonight, he's prepared to move on without them.
Listening to the agreement, kids like this, and then fight over what's left to see if I can get it done without Republicans if we do.
And tonight, the two sides are still divided over what counts as infrastructure and how to pay for it. Senator Mitch McConnell putting a red line that Republicans will not support tax increases. The President Biden is calling for. Last week,
All right, Peter Alexander, thank you. So what is next for Liz Cheney? Casey Hunt is Casey Hunt.
Lester, the decision to keep Cheney out of leadership has really raised her national profile, and she's leaning into that. While Kevin McCarthy is looking to the midterm elections in 2022 and possibly becoming House Speaker, my sources are telling me that she's thinking about this in the context of the presidential race in 2024. If former President Trump tries to run again, she will stop him from reaching the Oval Office.
Casey, thank you. You can watch much more of Savannah Liz Cheney tomorrow on Today. In just 60 seconds, with the cost of all kinds of things heading up just before the worst violence in 7 years between Israel and Hamas militants is intensifying tonight, and President Biden is speaking out about the crisis for the first time. Here's Molly Hunt.
Tonight, a direct hit. This 14-story building in Gaza crashing to the ground after an Israeli airstrike. First, Israel fired warning shots at the building and evacuated. Inside, including a TV station run by the militant group Hamas. The Israeli military says it was a terrorist target. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu tweeting, "Well done, IDF." Israeli airstrikes pounding the Gaza Strip since dawn. 2 million residents and stand with nowhere to hide. More than 60 Palestinians have been killed, including 16 children. This is a crime, this man says. It was civilian. It's the worst violence in 7 years. The Israeli military says they are retaliating after Hamas launched more than 1,000 rockets in the last 48 hours. Tonight, aiming at Tel Aviv for the second night in a row. 7 Israelis have been killed, including a 5-year-old. President Biden speaking on the phone with Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Israel has a right to defend itself against thousands of rockets flying into the territory.
And leading more violence spilling into Israeli streets. A Jewish mob attacking an Arab tribe. Brutal scenes tonight, and we are seeing those violent mobs on both sides in multiple Israeli cities, and that's what makes this round of violence different and even more alarming. Lester?
Thank you. Late today, the CDC gave its full backing to Pfizer's COVID vaccine for 12 to 15-year-olds. 151 million adults have gotten at least one dose of the vaccine, and Porsche's now want to give kids the shots. Here's Miguel Alejandro.
Trump told Jackson Hole mother Stacy by his side among the first wave of children to be vaccinated. Today, the CDC greenlighting the FDA's decision to expand Pfizer's emergency use authorization for kids 12 to 15 years old.
I'm really excited because I've been looking forward to it.
By tomorrow, states nationwide will begin vaccinating the nearly 17 million kids who are now newly eligible. It's believed roughly half of all parents plan to get their children vaccinated, but many still aren't convinced.
I got the vaccine, I got actually passed away from college, and I'm on the fence for the kids. You know, I think it's pretty safe, but you know, scary is
The CDC and AAP provide pediatricians with safety information, urging parents to talk to their trusted care providers.
We can talk them through what the side effects are, what we know, what we don't know. And it's okay to be hesitant. It's okay to have those questions.
Though their infection rates are much lower than adults, since the start of the pandemic, there have been more than 1.5 million confirmed cases in children ages 12 to 17, more than 13,000 hospitalized. With doctors promising parents the vaccine is safe and highly effective, tonight studies involving children 6 months to 11 years old are underway. Recommended the use of
Ay, yung mga bata, ay yung 11 below, ano yung binabaksin?
Ha? Wala
11
pa. Pati na yun, hindi pa nila nawawak sila ng 15 days. 15 na.
The governor also said the state
15 na doon sa kanila.
Pati dito, i-implement na rin. Pfizer.
All right, Miguel, thank you. In Minneapolis, the judge of the Derek Chauvin murder case has ruled that there were aggravating factors in the death of George Floyd. The judge said Chauvin treated
President niya, di ba?
ruling paves the way for his
Ay, sa'yo siya.
Gusto ko?
on the day of the U.S. Capitol riot.
Hindi pa ako na
Response
saying he was aware of the backlash over the role Garden played in pushing protesters away from the White House in June and in killing 4 civilians during demonstrations at Penn State University in 1970. He said he wanted to make sure the Guard was fully prepared this time.
This isn't a video game where you can do forces click with thumb or a movie that glosses over the logistical challenges and the time required to coordinate and synchronize with a multitude of other entities involved.
That didn't satisfy some Democrats.
Will you at the very least apologize to the American public for what happened to your mom?
Many questions about January 6th remain unanswered, though Congress still hasn't decided whether to appoint a 9/11 style commission to get answers. Lester?
Thank you. A dismal day on Wall Street. Dow dropping nearly 700 points after consumer prices rose to their highest level in 13 years. Our Stephanie Moore explains why.
As the economy recovers and Americans return to work, they're noticing something.
Food has gone up a little bit, I noticed that.
Gas prices have, my pocket's going up, food prices going up, that's what my pocket's going up. Prices are higher than they remember. Last month, inflation rose at the fastest pace in nearly 13 years. Prices for used cars and trucks soared 21%. Airfares are also up, along with furniture prices. And there's daily staples like your morning coffee, lunch, and parking. For the last year, Americans have been at home spending less and saving more. Many also have extra money from stimulus checks.
People have money in their pockets and they're feeling good about the reopening of the economy.
While demand is up, supply is down after the pandemic caused disruptions in manufacturing, farming, and shipping. That led to shortages, driving prices high. But experts say this is part of the recovery process.
So when people see this number and say, it's huge, do you see it and say, no, it's normal?
I wouldn't call it normal. Nothing we're experiencing is normal, but it isn't something necessarily to panic about.
How long will this rapid rise continue, Lester? Many experts think it will slow down later this year. When we get back to work, back to school, and begin to resume our pre-pandemic lives. Lester?
Stephanie, thanks for putting it in perspective for us. Up next, teens at the forefront of spotting misinformation online. We continue our week-long look at the social challenge which is cutting through the deluge of misinformation online. Requiring some to become their own fact-checkers. Savannah Sellers of NBC News Now joins me as we look at how some are learning to separate fact from fiction with MediaWise, an organization for which we are both investors. We're inundated with misinformation every day.
It's especially dangerous for people like 78-year-old Raj Wangalajan, who spent about 8 hours a day online or watching TV. Were you ever skeptical about what you read online?
Oh, yes. Quite a few times, and it's sort of one of the
To deal with that sense of skepticism, Raj took part in training sessions with media literacy initiative MediaWise. What exactly is misinformation? They work to debunk the viral hoaxes many fall victim to, like false claims about COVID-19, politics, or social justice.
When you hear friends say, hey, I saw something on the internet, do you stop them and ask them more questions?
yes, I do. You become more conscious and you tell them that don't believe everything that you read.
Is fact checking hard?
Yes, very much. That the challenge is there, especially from a technological standpoint.
Research shows those 65 and older are most vulnerable to sharing this information. MediaWise, in partnership with AARP and Facebook, has trained more than 100,000 seniors.
That's right, Lester, and all began with MediaWise's teen program that now includes their teen fact-checking network, made up of dozens of teenagers from across the country, even as young as 14. We want to tackle stories that are important to us, things we care about, all while teaching you some digital media literacy skills. You are two members of the world's first and only teen fact-checking network. How cool is that? Really cool. Angela Lee and Lauren Miranda showed us how they do it. One of their biggest tips, head to the original source. They looked at this headline: no screaming on California roller coasters and thrill rides, state guidelines say.
This one is a little bit out of context because while there are guidelines to prevent the spread of COVID in theme parks, they're not going to stop you from screaming on roller coaster. So it was just super easy because we just went to the original source, the responsible reopening plan, which was linked in the article. And if you just click that link, then you would have seen that that title was a little bit sensationalized.
And that's some extra stuff a lot of people might not check out. These teams say fact-checking can be as easy as the click of a button.
It's as easy as pulling up Google and putting in a keyword, or taking a screenshot and then uploading it and seeing where it originated on the internet.
Fact-checking is super simple. It's something that anyone can do in just 1 to 2 minutes.
No matter how young or old, MediaWise says there are 3 questions people should ask themselves before sharing content online. Who is behind the information? What is the evidence? And what are other trustworthy sources saying?
We can have Savannah with us. Those tips, by the way, seem to be paying off. A recent Stanford study found older adults who took the course could tell when they story was true or false 85% of the time. The 19 seasons, Ellen DeGeneres says her daytime talk show will end next year. Said she wants a new challenge. Last year, Ellen's show was blocked by allegations of a toxic workplace, but she said that did not factor into the decision. Savannah Guthrie will have more in an exclusive interview with Ellen tomorrow on Today. Also tonight, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is getting 13 new members. The class of 2021 includes performers Jay-Z, Foo Fighters, Tina Turner, Carole King, and the Go-Go's. The induction ceremony will be held in October in Cleveland. And Cleveland will be among the cities we plan to visit next week as we travel across America to report on how the country is re-emerging from the pandemic. Orlando, Louisville, Seattle, and Los Angeles. We are also heading your way next week. Up next, how their groundbreaking work led to the COVID vaccine. Millions of lives are now being saved because of their work. And the usual side of the scientists who paved the way for COVID.
Born in Hungary, Dr. Katie Kodako came to the U.S. to pursue science in the 1980s. But by 1998, her funding at the University of Pennsylvania dried up. I tried to get the parents, but I couldn't get the grants, and so I was not promoted. Faced with losing her faculty job, she met Dr. Drew Weissman, who was photocopying journal articles in this building.
When Katie and I would sit and talk, we just kept thinking of more and more things that we could do.
He worked on vaccines. She worked on messenger RNA. Together, they found a way to create a vaccine that got past the body's defenses, but still prompted the immune system to make antibodies to fight disease. Tell me about how skeptical people were about the value of the body. I don't know, did we listen to them? Not really,
that everybody was skeptical.
How did the breakthrough eventually become acknowledged?
In 2005, we published our paper. That's now considered, the game changer.
But the acclaim didn't come.
They really didn't care about it, and it wasn't until 2008, 2009 when people started to see the potential.
And now you're talking about a Nobel Prize. How does that make you feel? I don't think about that I will get it. It's like I focus always on their work, and that's what excites me. Today, students follow them, asking for pictures. She reminds them, glory is not the true reward. Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Philadelphia.
True heroes of science. That's nightly news for this Wednesday. Thank you for watching, everyone. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night. Hey, NBC News viewers. Thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here and click on any of the videos over here to watch the latest interviews, show highlights, and digital exclusives. Thanks for watching.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Marsh. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
I will do everything I can to ensure that the former president never again gets anywhere near the Oval Office. We have seen the danger that he continues to provoke with his language. We have seen his lack of commitment and dedication to the Constitution. And I think it's very important that we make sure whomever we elect is somebody who will be faithful to the Constitution.
Down but not out, Congresswoman Liz Cheney, no longer a Republican leader, but not giving up her fight against President Trump.
Domestic violent extremists pose an elevated threat in 2021. And in the FBI's view, the top domestic violent extremist threat we face comes from racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists, specifically those who advocate for the superiority of the white race.
Attorney General Merrick Garland talking to the Senate about domestic violent extremism. What else he told the Appropriations Committee about the threat to our nation. And in the Middle East, more than 50 people dead, hundreds injured during Israeli and Palestinian rocket attacks overnight. The two sides headed for war. We start this hour on Capitol Hill, where NBC News correspondent Garrett Hake has the latest on Liz Cheney. All right, Garrett, she is no longer a Republican leader. Tell us about that vote and what is next for Cheney.
Well, the vote was a pretty simple affair, a voice vote, no recorded totals here, making it clear that Cheney was out as conference chair with a fairly overwhelming number of Republicans voting against her. But she's not doing quietly. That clip you played in the open was from a press conference she held immediately after the vote, and she spoke to all today. Got for an interview for the Today Show, and she made it clear she intends to stay in this fight to reclaim the Republican Party from Donald Trump. Here's what she told Savannah earlier today.
Are you the leader of the opposition in exile right now in the Republican Party?
I intend to be the leader, one of the leaders in a fight to help to restore our party, and a fight to bring our party back to substance and principles, and in a fight to make clear that we won't participate in a really dangerous effort that's underway.
A lot of people frame this as a battle for the soul of the Republican Party.
This is I think, opening salvo in that battle. And it's a battle we have to win, because it's not just about the Republican Party. It's about the country.
The Trump political team is actively looking to coalesce around a primary challenger to you. What is your message for them?
Bring it on.
Bring on the message to a primary challenger. Cheney already has several. The idea here for the Trump folks is to whittle that list down so that perhaps in a one-on-one matchup she could be defeated in a primary. Look, she's got a tough road ahead. She has lost her leadership role. She still has a famous political last name, and she still has, at least for now, a microphone with which she can continue her task here.
Yeah, Gary, if she's ruffled or she's rattled, she's certainly not showing it. She seems like she's dedicated to moving forward. So let's talk about who could replace her. Elise Stefanik, officially launching her bid to become the House Republican Conference Chair. When do you expect a vote there? And is anyone else in the running?
I think we'll see a vote by the end of this week, probably on Friday morning. And if you'd asked me this question an hour ago, the answer would have been no, definitively. Stefanik has all the right endorsements, it would seem, including former President Trump and Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. But just within the last couple of hours, we've started to hear some bubbling up about some conservatives frustrated with what looks like a coronation for Stefanik. And there's been some talk that someone from the House Freedom Caucus, possibly Texas Representative Chip Roy, could jump in to challenge her to at least turn this into a race and not have it be one person essentially anointed for this role. Stay tuned for more on that, Allison.
Garrett, more than 100 Republicans are threatening to leave the GOP and form a third party. It is not the first time we have heard that kind of talk. What's going on today?
Yeah, look, the effort to peel off from the Republican Party or to form some kind of more powerful anti-Trump faction or super PAC or subgroup within the party has been much discussed, much reported on, but it's generated fairly little of any real electoral value. You're not seeing these anti-Trump Republicans get elected. You haven't seen any of them formally leave the party and then actually run for an office so far. And the pro-Trump Republican factions don't seem particularly concerned about it, as we heard from a couple of Republican members earlier this morning. Take a listen.
The notion that 5% of the Republican Party is going to eviscerate the influence of President Trump in the party is never was a flaw. And it was never good. It's not good for the Republican Party. It's not good for the country.
Dan Bishop of North Carolina, a little tough to make out behind his mask there, but his general math, I think, is probably right. The idea that maybe 5% of the Republican Party could take on the other 95% and win is pretty tough sledding, but these Republican apostates seem dedicated to trying.
Gary, it is wild to think the House wasn't even around until last night. There has been a lot going on already this week. Thank you so much.
Tell me about it.
She is no longer a Republican leader, but she is still a Wyoming congresswoman. So how much support does Liz Cheney have in her home state today? NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is in Jackson, Wyoming. All right, Cal, you're in one of the bluer counties in Wyoming. President Biden won there by 67%. So what are people saying about the House Republicans' vote to remove Cheney as conference chair today? What do they think of what's going on?
Yeah, it's a blue dot in a red sea, right? Jackson is sort of liberal. The rest of the state leans conservative. Obviously, Liz Cheney is the representative from here, and she's a conservative Republican. When you talk to Democrats, there are two minds. The one mind is, let the Republican Party do this, let them kind of stumble around. The other mind is, we really wish we had a party that was an opposition party that was reasonable and that we could debate with. And that's sort of what we're hearing here. The other thing that's unfolding is Liz Cheney, as you heard there from Gary Hayes, is going to stand for re-election in a year and a half. It's quite likely she comes home and she turns to Democrats for support in what is an open primary. Take a listen. Do you think they made a mistake in voting her out of leadership?
I do. I think that they are pushing to a more extremist view and alienating a lot of centrist Republicans that I think the Democratic Party could pick up.
Are you a Democratic Liz Cheney supporter?
No. Oh, no. I mean, Liz Cheney and I agree on virtually nothing when it comes to policy. But yeah, she's doing the right thing. I just think people are going to look back on this and say, wow, what, did we really do that? And I don't understand how the party can continue to go forward operating with Trump as the end all.
It's really a moment, in many ways, of political realignment here in the state. The other thing you heard there from Gary Hayes, which I think is going to be a big part of what happens here, is who runs against Liz Cheney? Does the president, former President Donald Trump, put in somebody who is to the right of her, who is seen as more extreme than she is, and does that force Democrats to make their way to the polls, especially in the primary house?
So, Cal, how about Republicans? The Wyoming GOP censured Cheney in February for voting to impeach Trump. What's their take on all this?
Look, and I now think you have sort of two different types of Republicans in the state of Wyoming. You have Republicans who support Donald Trump, and then you have sort of conservative Republicans or people that would consider themselves conservative who are now maybe moderate. You find those folks, especially here in places like Jackson, we spoke to them as well, to take a listen.
I'm really disturbed by the leadership, of the Republican leadership in Congress. I don't get it, because Liz is someone I really respect, who's voted over 90% with Trump.
There is a faction in the state that believes that there is one true ideology, and if you do not adhere to that, then you do not belong in the party. I don't see how you win elections when you're excluding people from your party.
We have certainly arrived in a very strange place when Liz Cheney supporters are now considering themselves moderate Republicans, Allison.
Yeah, that's for sure, Cal. The politics there are ugly, but man, that background is gorgeous. You couldn't pick a better place, better background, more beautiful sight than Jackson, Wyoming. Wow.
That's right. Yep, that's exactly right.
You agree with your predecessors that white supremacist extremists remain the most persistent lethal threat in the whole world?
I do believe they do at this time, Mr. Chairman.
And Attorney General Garland, do you agree?
I do, and that's the most recent assessment of the FBI.
Attorney General Merrick Garland, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas talking domestic terrorism on the Hill today. NBC News correspondent Julia Ainsley is here with the latest on that Senate Appropriations Committee hearing. Julia, Mayorkas and Garland both adding resources to fight domestic violent extremism. What did AG Garland say about how the DOJ will deal with this growing threat?
Well, in part, they're asking for $100 million over that in the next fiscal year's budget from the Biden administration, specifically to get the Department of Justice, U.S. Attorney's offices, and the FBI investigating and preventing these domestic violent extremist acts. As you've heard them say over and over again, it's the most, especially from white supremacists, the most lethal and persistent threat facing the U.S. today. That's what Garland continued to harp on. He also said that they're starting investigations into how they vet DOJ employees to see if there's anyone within the fabric of the department who might pose a risk. It's similar to what's happening over at Mayorkas' agency, Department of Homeland Security, where they are doing an investigation as well to see if possibly there could be social media posts, if there's anything that indicates people they have working for them do have, beliefs or tendencies that may cause them to act violently. Now, it's okay for them to hold their own beliefs, but if they think that that could lead to violence or bias in their work, then they want to do something about that. And today, the Attorney General said that they wanted to look at their vetting process to prevent that from happening.
Julia, DHS is adding an entirely new domestic extremism division. What do we know about what that will do specifically?
That's right, Allison. And this is in addition to other news that they've come out with recently, saying that they're monitoring social media to try to look at emerging trends, such as those that led to January 6th. Now, they also are starting this new office for the Center for Community Partnerships and Prevention. This is to try to prevent domestic violent extremism before it happens. It's actually the latest iteration of an effort that started under the Obama administration, when the biggest threat then were homegrown jihadis. They tried to intercept at that point. Now it's really turned into domestic violence, and they expect that $77 million of grants from that office will go specifically to stopping domestic violent extremism.
All right, Julia Ainley, always great to see you. Thank you so much. The Big Four at the White House for the first time today. President Biden hosting the top congressional Democrats and Republicans in the Oval Office to talk about his $2 trillion infrastructure bill. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is with me now. Mike, you described this meeting as high stakes, low expectations. What are you hearing from the White House? How did it go?
Well, Allison, typically a meeting between the president, the vice president, and the so-called Big Four, the speaker, the majority leader in the Senate, and the minority leader in the House and Senate on the Republican side would be the biggest meeting of a week, a month, potentially a year. But it's a measure of the state of Washington right now that this meeting today pales in comparison to the one-on-one meetings he's having with Democratic Senators Manchin and Sinema this week, as well as the big meeting with Republican senators tomorrow, including Shelley Moore Capito from West Virginia. But there was a lot of talk afterwards from both sides about common agreement about doing infrastructure. The big question, of course, is how to pay for it and just how big it's going to be. Now, Lawrence O'Donnell interviewed the president a few hours after that meeting, and he gave a little bit of a window into how the president, that is, sees a bipartisan path forward. Take a listen.
Did you have an exploration of possible revenue with them actually pay for? No, I think you did that, or you didn't do what constitutes infrastructure. I want to make it clear. I want to get a bipartisan deal on as much as we get a bipartisan deal on. And that means roads, bridges, broadband, all infrastructure. But I'm not giving up on the fact that we have, 2 million women not able to go back to work because all the daycare centers are closed. They're out of business. And so they can't go back to work. I'm not going to give up on a whole range of things that go to the question of productivity, of increasing jobs, increasing employment, increasing revenues. I'm not going to give up on that. So we're going to fight those out. So I'm going to go, what can we agree on? Let's see if we get an agreement, we can start this, and then fight over what's left, and see if I can get it done without Republicans if need be.
So, Elson, it sounds like there's been a lot of talk about breaking his American Jobs Plan into smaller pieces to see if something can get bipartisan support. Sounds like the president is on board with that, but there are still a lot of ifs to get to that point, and so that's why it was also notable that when the Republican leaders came out, both Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, both of them drew a very strong red line about raising taxes, of undoing any part of the Trump tax bill from 2017. And so those pay-for discussions are going to continue to be critical in the days ahead.
Mike, we also know President Biden is addressing vaccinations this afternoon. How are we doing on his goal of at least one shot for 70% of American adults by July 4th?
Well, if you look at the pace that we're on right now, of course, the pace of vaccinations has dipped somewhat from its peak a few weeks ago. It's unlikely, without a major change in direction, that the president will see that 70% by July 4th, which is his goal. But a big development that might change that is what the president wanted to focus on today, and that is the CDC echoing the FDA and green-lighting the vaccine, the Pfizer vaccine, for adolescents, those aged 12 to 15. The president said this was an important development because, as he reminded, even those teenagers may not be suffering the same kind of health effects, even if they do contract it, but they can continue to spread it to others. And so he encouraged parents to take their children to get vaccinated. He noted that a lot of the pharmacy sites that the government has partnered with are just as close to anybody's home as their school is. And so clearly the White House, the president likes to do at least once a week, giving an update on this pace of vaccination. And the president was happy to have some good news to talk about in the expanding age group that's now relevant.
Mike, I think we're all happy to have some good news to talk about these days, that is for sure. Thank you so much, Mike. And you can catch Lawrence O'Donnell's full interview with President Biden tonight during Vaccinating America. That starts at 10 p.m. Eastern on MSNBC.
The United States remains committed to a two-state solution. This violence takes us further away from that goal. We'll continue to engage with Israelis, Palestinians, and other regional partners to urge de-escalation and to bring calm.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken there earlier today addressing the violence in the Middle East. Airstrikes and missile launches killing at least 53 people in Gaza and at least 7 in Israel. One UN official warning the Israelis and the Palestinians could be escalated toward a full-blown war. The violence in that region, the worst it has been in 7 years. Israel announcing that its defense forces targeted and killed several senior Hamas commanders. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins me now from London. Molly, the news here just coming in fast and furious. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu congratulating the Israeli Defense Forces for that targeted attack on Hamas in the Gaza Strip. What else can you tell us about what happened there?
Yeah, it was a pretty extraordinary video. It happened about 2 hours ago. It was a 14-story building. It's the tallest building kind of in this part of Gaza, mostly full of media offices, including the media offices of the Hamas-run TV station Al-Aqsa. And there were warning missile strikes, and then Al-Aqsa, an Israeli airstrike, took the entire building down. And that is the video that Prime Minister Netanyahu tweeted, and he congratulated the idea on that. I also want to say, I was talking about this last night too. We just got new numbers. Actually, the numbers are already outdated in your intro. We just learned that 65 people in Gaza have been killed, including 16 children.
Molly, I feel like that's just a testament to what's going on there. Every time I see you on TV, whether it's with us, MSNBC, It seems like those numbers just keep changing so quickly. I understand the Israeli cabinet is meeting tonight about potentially expanding the military operation in Gaza. What can you tell us about that?
That's exactly right. So the cabinet was set to meet tonight. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was speaking earlier today, and he said that was the plan. He also was very clear, Allison, that the Israeli military is not backing down. The IDF spokesperson was very clear that this would intensify. The defense minister, Benny Gantz, was also very clear that this was just the start of this. So I think that if we do hear anything after that cabinet meeting tonight, it will be that the Israeli military and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's administration is not ready to back down. Also, about an hour ago, Allison, we heard from Mahmoud Abbas, Palestinian President Abbas, and he was very strong. He said, enough is enough. He said, please leave us alone, Israel and the United States. But there was absolutely no language of reconciliation, of ceasefire, of de-escalation from either side, Allison.
We're also hearing some breaking news in several Israeli cities about reportedly protests, mobs attacking each other. What do you know? What's going on there?
This is coming in literally as we're going on the air. We've just gotten a report from our producer on the ground, and of course, all week I've been in London. We have a great team there who's feeding us back information in real time. So last night, what we saw out across multiple Israeli cities, mixed Israeli cities, so Jewish Israelis live there as well as Palestinian citizens of Israel. We saw the biggest street protest that we have seen in 20 years. And so that was kind of hit a fever pitch last night. Prime Minister Netanyahu this morning talking, he called it anarchy this morning. He said he would not be afraid to rule with an iron fist. Tonight, what we're seeing sounds even more dangerous. It sounds like mobs are literally out. And the word that was used in our reporting, Allison, was lynching. Both sides are lynching people from the other side. Now, we do have a statement from the Israeli police foreign press spokesperson who says police units are continuing to respond to violent incidents that have taken place in Akra, Lod, and the Bar Yam area. Those are three cities similar to what I just described. Units responding quickly to incidents on the streets and in neighborhoods to prevent further major incidents. Again, these are the biggest protests that we've seen, and this is something when we're talking about Gaza, we really have to keep our eyes on some of these Israeli cities inside Israel. Allison?
Yeah, it is just incredible what's going on there and how things are changing so quickly. Molly, thank you to you for staying on top of it, and of course, to your great team you mentioned in Israel and Gaza for reporting on what's going on. We really appreciate all that you do. All right, it's time to go to NBC News now. Correspondent Simone Boyd, she has the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hi, Simone.
Hey, Alison, we're going to kick things off today with news from the UK. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson announcing an inquiry next year into the handling of the pandemic. Johnson says it will likely focus on why the UK was so slow to initially impose a lockdown and why it suffered the worst death toll in Europe. In Texas, the U.S. Coast Guard is searching for a 7-year-old boy who disappeared on a Galveston beach last night while visiting a family. KPRC, our NBC affiliate in Houston, is reporting that the child got caught in a wet current, but it has not yet been confirmed by the Coast Guard. And in New Jersey, a Hindu temple is being accused of luring Indian men from marginalized communities to the U.S. and forcing them to work nearly 90 hours a week for $1 an hour. 6 of the workers filing the lawsuit saying at least 200 Indian nationals were victims of forced labor, trafficking, and wage theft. Well, Instagram introducing a new feature allowing users to include their pronouns in a specific section of their profile. Users can choose from a variety of pronouns, including he, him, she, her, and they, them, which will appear in small gray letters right next to their usernames. And it is the end of an era in daytime television. Ellen DeGeneres is ending her talk show after the upcoming 19th season in 2022. She told the Hollywood Reporter, quote, when you're a creative person, you constantly need to be challenged. And as great as this show is and as fun as it is, it's just not a challenge anymore. Now, Ellen has hosted the show since 2003. Really kind of hard to believe, right, Allison? But at the same time, what she said, her rationalization behind this, I mean, it makes a lot of sense.
Daytime TV is certainly going to be different with Ellen, without Ellen, but girl, I don't know anybody who does anything for 19 years anymore, so good for her. On to the next challenge, that's for sure.
Seriously. Thanks, Allison.
Thank you, Simone. The CDC giving the thumbs up to the Pfizer vaccine for kids 12 to 15 An advisory panel voted to recommend the shot for that age group today. But Georgia didn't wait for the CDC. That state started giving the shot to adolescents yesterday, a day after the FDA said that age group is eligible. They just needed a signed consent form from a parent or a guardian. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is at a vaccination site in Stonecrest, Georgia. Ellison, I understand Georgia has one of the lowest vaccination rates in the entire country. No doubt that played a role here, but tell us more about the state's decision.
Yeah, so I mean, in Georgia, only about 30% of Georgians are fully vaccinated. 36% have had at least one dose of a Pfizer vaccine. So yeah, they are low on the list when we look at other states, and they absolutely want to get those numbers up. At least the Department of Public Health here wants to do that, and they say that this age group, 12 to 15, is a really important piece of that puzzle. But as you said, they made the decision here to start this early. Georgia was one of 3 states, Delaware and Arkansas are the other 2, that decided to go ahead and allow 12 to 15-year-olds to get vaccinated with the Pfizer vaccine if they showed up at a site with parental consent. They did not wait for that CDC advisory board to meet, and they obviously confirmed the ruling, the decision of the FDA on Monday. But a couple other factors that also seem to have played into Georgia's decision to move ahead with that was the desire to just get as many people vaccinated as possible. As you mentioned, as we just discussed, they do have lower vaccination rate in this state compared to others. Want to get as many people vaccinated. There's also the fact that the FDA emergency use authorization that was announced on Monday, that was an amended EUA. They took the Pfizer EUA that had been passed, authorized in December, and they added to that this age range from 12 to 15. The amount of vaccines given to this age group, the 2 doses, none of that changed. So there already was a CDC advisory board that had met after that authorization. So there was guidance already out there. It was largely expected that the CDC would do what they did. So that's also another reason why Georgia was like, hey, let's go ahead and just do this. One other reason that we've heard is they said they were worried that once that news came out from the FDA, if teens showed up to get vaccinated and were told, I know not today, come back in 24 or 48 hours, that they might not actually come back. And given the low rate of vaccination in this state, obviously they didn't want to miss an opportunity to vaccinate anyone if they wanted to get vaccinated. A day, 2 days in a pandemic, it matters. Allison?
Yeah, it sure does. Smart move there. Why wait and why send people home when they're eager to get a shot? Certainly we're having trouble getting people vaccinated. So what are you hearing, Ellison, from parents who are bringing their kids to get vaccinated today? How are they feeling about all this?
Yeah, we talked to 3 different moms in the last 24 hours or so, and one thing that all of them talked about was they said that they know when they're looking at the numbers that for their child, perhaps COVID-19 is not as serious as it is, say, for the elderly or someone with a pre-existing condition. But they said when they were looking at the options, they felt like it was riskier for their children to possibly get COVID-19 than to get the vaccine. And knowing that, once they say they've done that research, they felt like they had no choice, and they really wanted to make sure their kids got vaccinated as soon as possible. Here's what one mom told us just a little while ago.
I guess because I was vaccinated and I didn't have any problems at all except for like a minor irritation rash. I really felt like they should do it too, because I think it's more important for them to be vaccinated than for them to actually get it and get even sicker.
So that mom brought her entire household to get vaccinated here this afternoon, ranging in ages from 15 to 35 for 3 children, as well as her godson. She said she just wanted everyone to get vaccinated. She did it. She felt fine. She said that this is the right choice for her family. Allison?
Allison, I love it. Round everybody up, get them in the car, go get them vaccinated, get it done all in one shot. How about the kids? What are you hearing from them? How do they feel about being able to get a COVID shot?
Yeah, I mean, some of the kids we've tried to talk to, they're teenagers, and so when I say, are you excited? You're kind of the first to go in your age group in the United States. They're like, hey, yeah, sort of. But everyone has told me that they are happy to get the vaccine within this age group, and that this is something that they feel like it will kind of open up some doors for them and maybe make them feel a little bit safer. I'll let you listen to what they have to say, but pay attention to the first 2 children. That's the 2 of the 3 children that the mom you just heard from brought to this vaccination site today. The first person you'll hear from, that's the brother. He's 19. The second person is 15-year-old sister. Listen to this.
Listen, I think it's important for them to be vaccinated and get even sicker. But I think it's more important for them to feel safer. So
It's amazing. It's amazing. I want I know they see me and I'm getting shot and it's not gonna feel like anything. So I know when they see me do stuff, they're like, oh, that's my big brother. So I could do the same thing to make them just feel good.
Get vaccinated. It doesn't hurt. It's gonna help. It's gonna help the world stay close to normal.
As soon as I am fully vaccinated, I'm having to sleep over at my friend's house. So I think that's one of the, and then probably the movie theaters, because I haven't been to movie theaters in over a year.
Going to the movie theaters is the one that I've heard the most from kids we talked to who have now been vaccinated as the thing that they are most looking forward to doing. Just going to the movie theater with some friends. Allison, I'm in my 40s and I can't wait to go to the movies with some friends. I'm here with you. I get it. I understand where they're coming from. Right? Like, it seems like such a strange thing. You drive past all the movie theaters are closed. Definitely looking forward to that. And thank you. Even though their enthusiasm may have been muted, you could tell they're pretty excited to see their friends again. Thanks so much. You bet. Primary care doctors and pediatricians in West Virginia ready to give their patients the COVID shot right in their office. NBC News correspondent Heidi Pisbella is in Morgantown.
States like West Virginia were actually doing pretty well with vaccinations, but more recently, they've hit a wall. At about 35% of the population vaccinated, now the state is consulting a behavioral scientist to find out how to talk to people about getting vaccinated. And what they're finding is that in smaller, more tight-knit rural areas like this, what you say, how you talk about the vaccine, and even the messenger really matter. Take a listen.
So the other thing that our data shows is that while you would think you want celebrities and sports figures, and they're going to be somewhat important, but what the data is showing us is most of these people want medical professionals to tell them it's okay, and in particular, people want trusted medical professionals, meaning people they're familiar with. So a primary care provider, maybe they go to an urgent care on a regular basis. That's the place they go when they have an issue, and there's a doctor in there that maybe it's not their primary provider, but is the person that they're familiar with.
This week, doctors are beginning to receive their first doses of the vaccine to distribute and vaccinate individuals in the clinic. That is a very important development here in West Virginia, based on the data that the vaccine coordinator and doctors are telling NBC News that many people are just waiting for their doctors to say to them, it's okay. And that is true of both older individuals who have some questions, as well as parents who are now going to be on the front lines making the decisions about whether their children who are now eligible get vaccinated. Take a listen to what this doctor had to say.
We know that many people have questions. We want those discussions to happen as a physician, and we want to have that trusted conversation and provide the facts that we know about the vaccine so that individuals can make those decisions, particularly in a rural state like ours. People trust their local health professional, and by having access at their office, individuals will have that discussion and then say, this is the right decision for me and my family. I'm going to choose to be vaccinated.
And what she had to say really gels with what the data is telling the vaccine coordinators, as well as the doctors who are looking at this, which is that in states like this, they don't want to go to places that are called mass vaccination clinics. This is really about person-to-person, one-on-one individual interactions that will get people to get vaccinated. And here in West Virginia, we were told that just last Sunday, there was a call to the vaccine coordinator, for instance, from a doctor in Charleston who said, when am I going to get those doses? It's just going to take me about 15 minutes to sit down with each of my patients and explain to them why they need to do this. And he said that he actually had a wait list of individuals who preferred to get the vaccine from their doctors and not at a mass vaccination clinic.
They're calling it an execution. Andrew Brown Jr.'s family talking about the nearly 19 minutes of body cam footage they've now seen from the night Brown was killed by sheriff's deputies. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck is in North Carolina with the latest. Well, Allison, as Brown's family were going in to watch the video yesterday, they were asked what they expected they would see. And they said an unjustified police shooting. When they came out, they said that's in fact what they did see. They described what stands in contrast to what the district attorney described that happened in that incident. They say Mr. Brown never actually made contact with police with his vehicle. They said he was sitting with his hands on the steering wheel in a non-threatening way when officers began firing. Now, the district attorney had said in open court that Mr. Brown reversed and moved forward, making contact with deputies twice. The family was pretty definitive in saying that is not what they saw on the tape.
At no point did we ever see any police officers behind his vehicle. At no point did we ever see Mr. Brown make contact with law enforcement. We were able to see where they possibly reached out to make contact to him, but we did not see any actions on Mr. Brown's part where he made contact with them or tried to go their direction. In fact, he did just the opposite.
Brown's attorneys are also asking that the district attorney recuse himself from this case, saying that he has personal relationships with all of the officers who were involved in this incident, and specifically the 3 who fired their guns. Now, 3 remain on administrative leave. 4 officers have actually returned back to work. As for the public release of this video, there really is no timetable on when we will get a look at the full tape. A judge said that he would review the possibility of release within 30 or 45 days, checking in with the State Bureau of Investigation, so not to jeopardize the case. Allison?
Juanita Brooks feared for her life when Virginia State troopers pulled her over on March 6th. Police dash cam video shows those officers approaching Brooks's car. When the 34-year-old black woman asked why they stopped her, one trooper said, "Can you step outside and I'll show you?" Brooks stayed in her car until she was dragged out and handcuffed. Now a state prosecutor says this never should have happened. NBCNews.com national reporter Janelle Griffith joins me now. Janelle, that prosecutor says that there was no legal basis for this traffic stop. What else did he say about what happened early that morning?
So he told me that it's, quote, sickening and unacceptable that a member of a community would fear for their safety during routine traffic stop. And the reason why he said that there was no legal basis for the traffic stop in the first place is because just days before, on March 1st, the Virginia General Assembly banned pulling people over for dark taillights, which was one of the reasons the state trooper had claimed he had stopped Ms. Brooks. And the reason why the General Assembly had banned it is because they said that it led to pretextual traffic stops that can cause unnecessary conflict for otherwise law-abiding citizens. Now, we also know that from a national perspective, these types of pretextual traffic stops, when they're analyzed, they tend to disproportionately affect Black and Latino people, and they're often applied in poorer neighborhoods. So that's also a reason why some states are trying to do away with pretextual traffic stops in the first place.
Janelle, the prosecutor Steve Descano wants the Virginia State Police to open an internal affairs investigation. What specifically does he want them to look into there?
So he wants them to look into the entire incident from top to bottom. So the reasoning why she was even pulled over, how it was handled, how it was documented in the arrest report, because there were discrepancies between what the dash cam video showed and what was documented into the arrest report. And also the charges that she faced, because again, the prosecutor said that there was no justification for why she was even facing these charges or pulled over in the first place.
Any official response statement, anything from the Virginia State Police?
So I spoke to the state police, and they said that the trooper acted appropriately. They said that he had observed Ms. Brooks driving without headlights on, that they had observed her tailgating and switching lanes inappropriately or erratically. But what's interesting is that the prosecutor said that she had not been, he reviewed the arrest report and the dash cam video, and he found that she had not been in violation of any tail light or headlight statutes.
Wow, we'll also see what that investigation finds. Janelle, thanks so much. Derek Chauvin could face a longer prison sentence for murdering George Floyd. NBC News correspondent Ethan Gutierrez explains the new ruling from the judge today.
Council good afternoon. Minnesota judges ruled that there were aggravating factors present when Derek Chauvin knelt on George Floyd's neck for about 9.5 minutes, and that essentially kicks up his sentence during his scheduled to be sentenced in late June. But Judge Cahill of Minnesota ruled that Derek Chauvin abused his authority as a police officer and that he treated George Floyd with particular cruelty. Also, that he committed the crime in the presence of a child, a 9-year-old, of course, that testified during that trial. What that essentially means, Allison, is that Chauvin now faces up to 40 years in prison. If the aggravating factors had not been present, if the judge had not ruled this way, he probably would have gotten an average of 12.5 years on that most serious charge. Chauvin, of course, being convicted just weeks ago of second-degree murder as well as third-degree murder and manslaughter as well. Now he will be sentenced in late June. Legal experts, though, they believe that he very likely won't get the full 40 years, that he could potentially get less than 30 years with good behavior. Now, Chauvin also faces federal civil rights charges that were announced last week. If he were convicted on those charges, he would serve that sentence at the same time as these state charges. And of course, Allison, there are 3 other officers involved in this case. They're set to go to trial on the state charges later on this summer in August.
It is time for the bottom line. Our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Today we're talking consumer prices and inflation, but let's start with the markets because what a mess. Check this out. The Dow closed down 681 points today. That is its worst day since January. It's down about 1,150 points in just 2 days. Why? You got it, inflation. Consumer prices for April out today. They're up more than 4% since last year. That is the quickest spike since 2008. So what's going on here? Well, there's some good news. The good news is that increase was so high because we're coming off a really low base. Back in April of 2020, the pandemic was blowing up and inflation was really low. So that's the good news. The bad news, the consumer price index looks at a bunch of things that people buy, plus energy and housing prices, and it determines how much they've gone up in a year. In April of 2021, all of those things were way up. But the bottom line here, this is likely just temporary, and if it is, we're okay. If it's not, the Fed may need to get involved. So watch this space. We will keep you posted, and we'll have producer prices tomorrow. General Motors is going all electric by 2035, but it is also going outside the U.S. The automaker is announcing plans to invest $1 billion in an electric vehicle plant in Mexico. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is in Flint, Michigan. Josh, Flint is known as Vehicle City. At one point, half of the population there worked for GM. I know you've been speaking with auto workers in the city. They could not be happy about that announcement.
The United Auto Workers called it a slap in the face, and the auto workers that we've been speaking with says it feels like that. They say that it feels like a continuation of the tens of thousands of jobs that have left Flint over the last many decades, and they worry that more of these jobs will be going to countries like China and Myanmar, in addition to Mexico, as GM transitions to all electric. They told us that they are concerned, especially as GM is trying to get all of this credit for going green, and they say they support GM going green, but that it shouldn't happen at their expense. Take a listen. In just a word or two, when you heard that GM was going to spend all this money to build electric vehicles, not here, but in Mexico, how did that make you feel? That insecure, disappointed, the way you went, shameful. Tell me about that. So I worked at Delphi. I hired in at Delphi and seen what product investment to Mexico does to a community like Flint, Michigan that we live in. And it's for General Motors to ask for the bailout and for American taxpayers to be there for General Motors in a time of need. It's a time of need for American workers, and to not get this investment is shame. Those workers also told us that it's particularly egregious for GM to be doing this at the same time, Allison, that they're asking the federal government for billions in taxpayer-funded subsidies for Americans to be buying these same electric vehicles that they're going to be making in Mexico.
So Josh, what are you hearing from GM about all this?
Well, GM says this is just a sliver of their overall investments in electric vehicles. They say they're actually spending $9 billion on EV facilities here in the U.S., including in Michigan, Ohio, and Tennessee. And they say it'll come with 9,000 jobs with it. And a GM official told me, look, we're a global automaker. We make cars all over the world. And so if we're going to go all electric, it only makes sense that some of those vehicles are going to be made outside of the U.S., Allison.
All right, Josh Letterman in Flint, Michigan. Thank you so much. Long lines at gas stations up and down the East Coast thanks to the Colonial Pipeline hack. And that gas isn't cheap. The average now over $3 a gallon for the first time in almost 7 years. NBC News senior national correspondent Tom Levis is in Charlotte, North Carolina, where drivers are frustrated.
Allison, good afternoon. 7 out of 10 gas stations here in Charlotte don't have gas right now, and it's affecting all types of drivers, even these commercial truck drivers. The big rig operators tell me that if they don't get their fuel soon, their deliveries are going to be delayed. This line sticks all around the block into the highway, and it's because this is one of the few gas stations in Charlotte that has fuel right now. It's a much different story around other parts of the Southeast. Gas and patience running low at the pump.
I have been here now for an hour and 15 minutes.
Emergency declarations issued in 4 states with more than 1,700 gas stations from Florida to Maryland out of fuel. It comes on the heels of that crippling cyber attack against a critical U.S. fuel source.
All the gas stations are closer to where I live were completely empty.
Americans up and down the East Coast on the hunt for gas, overwhelming some stations.
Do you think people are panicked, or do you think people are just kind of trying to figure everything out?
I think it's probably some panic, like the toilet paper issues a year ago.
Cars bumper to bumper here in the Carolinas and stretching down streets in Florida. Nationwide, gas prices reaching their highest point in nearly 7 years. Despite the spike in price and demand, the White House and experts are preaching calm.
You'll be hoarding gas. If you don't really need it, then don't buy it.
But with the Colonial Pipeline still mostly down, the region that relies on the 5,500-mile system for its fuel is feeling an impact.
Well, my fear is you have these gas shortages. It's going to cause a lot of problems for people.
At some stations in South Carolina on Tuesday, cars were turned away. And according to Gas Money, nearly 60% of the gas stations in metro Atlanta are out of fuel. But these pumps in Tennessee have plenty.
As of right now, there's still good supply out there, and there's no need to panic.
The long lines, though, already causing a domino effect in some cases.
You want to get groceries, but you can't get groceries. Why?
All of this pain at the pump as 34 million Americans plan to buckle up and hit the road for the big Memorial Day weekend.
The other major headline happening today, the price of an average gallon of gas going up to $3 for the first time in 7 years.
Zoom conference calls and classrooms, family FaceTimes, TikTok dance challenges. They really helped us through this pandemic. But is all that screen time putting us at a higher risk of internet addiction? NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt takes a look.
In our pandemic isolation, the internet became a lifeline, but for others, a life-altering portal to what some describe as a rabbit hole. Scott Zayat says he's been down it.
I would imagine it's like what any addiction feels like. You think about actually giving it up.
Zayat's found himself spending more and more time online. In his case, feeding an insatiable appetite for politics. The election and Capitol siege particularly drew him in. Does it feel like you're just being swept down this tunnel?
Yeah. They cycle the things that you want to see, or they know what you want to read, and so they feed you more and more of that. So I know I feed into it, right? I know what's happening, and yet I still click and open that next article.
Psychiatrist Dr. Howard Foreman says internet addiction is real.
Just based on the volume of calls that I'm getting, volume of calls that my colleagues are getting, it's certainly growing. I think we're going to see that it's emergence of one of the major addictions in the United States.
Though published research in the U.S. is scarce, Overseas studies have noted sharp increases in internet dependence during the pandemic, with links to anxiety and depression.
I have cold blood pressure medicine.
Scientifically, what's happening when we cross this line on the computer into addiction?
Every time that you get a like or a follow or someone comments on something that you posted, you get a surge of dopamine in a part of the brain that we call in layman's terms the pleasure center. It gets very addicting once you get more and more of this surge of pleasure.
Attempts to stop cold, he says, generally fail.
The therapy that I always start with is that you start out with a simple do and a simple don't. And a simple do is do engage in activity previously related to before the internet took over your life.
As for Scott, a healthcare worker, online disinformation and lies about COVID are still triggers.
I know what's happening, and yet I still click and open that next article.
A struggle between the healthy need to know and engage and the unhealthy fall into that rabbit hole.
Hey, NBC News viewers, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here and click on any of the videos over here to watch the latest interviews, show highlights, and digital exclusives. Thanks for watching.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, deadly airstrikes, dozens killed in rocket fire across Gaza City in the most severe outbreak of violence since the 2014 war. The latest on the unrest in the Middle East as tensions between Israel and Hamas grow. A party divided, Liz Cheney criticizing her own colleagues over their support of former President Donald Trump.
Remaining silent and ignoring the lie emboldens the liar. I will not participate in that.
The vote today that's expected to strip her of her leadership role with the GOP. Running on empty, drivers scrambling to get gas as stations report a shortage. A look at the economic impact as the Colonial Pipeline shutdown continues. And keeping an eye on the tiger, a big cat still on the loose after it was last seen roaming a Houston neighborhood. The latest on the search. And I can't believe it's still going on.
We will have non-stop continuing coverage.
Break in during the day, should we find it then? We'll get to the latest in that wild story a little bit later, but we begin in the Middle East, which has seen the biggest escalation of violence between Israelis and Palestinians in 7 years, with both sides showing no signs of backing down.
Health officials say that 43 Palestinians have been killed, including 13 children, as Israeli fighter jets continue to strike Gaza. 5 Israelis have also died from rocket attacks fired 4 towns in central Israel. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joined us now. So Matt, first of all, bring us up to date with how things have escalated overnight.
Yeah, what we saw was a barrage of missiles fired in Israeli airstrikes against Gaza. As you mentioned, some 43 Gazans killed, some 13 children and 6 Israelis. So these are tit-for-tat attacks, and it's going to continue. You know, this is falling along some very familiar lines. I'm sure you guys have seen these sorts of images before, as you mentioned back in 2014, and some of the street fighting in Jerusalem that we've seen. This is once again looking like it's going to kick off. This is when we're talking about tit for tat. That is such a recipe for an escalating conflict, and that's why so many analysts, so many people have seen this story before, and they're really worried that without some kind of intervention, some political force, might be the new Biden administration, that this is going to escalate to back in 2014, where we saw thousands of people killed.
Matt, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has vowed to intensify attacks on Gaza, while the leader of Hamas says he's ready for any escalation. So any idea at this point what it might take to try and get both sides to back down?
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned before, both sides are going to be looking toward the White House. And that's the issue with Biden, this new American president who's taking over from a fiercely pro-Israel predecessor, Donald Trump. He made some of his most consequential moves around this conflict. And now it's going to be really difficult
for the Biden administration to choose a path. Here's the issue. The Biden administration, it looks kind of like a political loser. There's not that much to gain, and there's a whole lot to lose by intervening in this conflict. And so that's probably what the Biden administration is going to be looking at coming up this year. You know, in the last couple of days, last week, all we've been hearing from the White House is essentially that the Israelis have a right to defend themselves, that all sides should try to be calm, but progressive Democrats and left-wing people who have so far prevailed within the Biden administration, they're pushing the Biden administration to take a stronger line in favor of the Palestinians and against the Israelis. But for so much time, for generations, being pro-Israel has been a bipartisan issue in the United States. And so that's why it's going to be tough to separate from that. Once again, it's looking like this is going to be a familiar dance between the Israelis and the Palestinians, and one that's going to see a lot of lives lost before it's over. Guys. And now let's talk about the global response. The UN's Middle East envoy is expected to brief the Security Council today. He is warning of a full-scale war. What are the international efforts that are being made to try and de-escalate the situation? Well, normally in these sorts of situations, what we've seen in the past is that actually Egypt and some other Arab countries have played a critical role. Hamas is considered a terrorist organization. It's shunned by a lot of Arab leaders and Arab governments. They don't want to deal with Hamas, but the Egyptian government has a history of negotiating between the Israelis and the Palestinians in a way that has led to some kind of tenuous peace, though not anything near a resolution to this just forever conflict. So it looks as though the Egyptians and the Qataris and the United Nations have been trying to negotiate some sort of resolution. But again, guys, you know, this isn't about Gaza versus Israel. This is really about what's going on in that neighborhood of Sheikh Jarrah in Jerusalem. And that's where a Supreme Court case that will decide whether or not Palestinian families will be evicted from that neighborhood, that's been delayed. So once we actually hear from the Supreme Court, once they make a decision, we could either see some of this go down, some tensions sort of relax, or you could see this all flare up once again and go back into the cyclical pattern of violence that we've been seeing for generations. Guys?
All right, Bradley, thank you so much.
Demand for gas is spiking in several states over fears of a shortage. The 5,500-mile Colonial Pipeline that runs from Houston to New York is still offline following a cyber attack. Georgia, Virginia, and North Carolina have declared a state of emergency. But Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm is urging Americans not to panic by fuel, saying there is no gas shortage, just a supply crunch.
There should be no cause for hoarding gasoline, especially in light of the fact that the pipeline should be substantially operational by the end of this week.
Let's bring in MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser. She's in Fort Mill, South Carolina, covering the ripple effects of the ransomware attack. Lindsay, good morning. So the Energy Secretary, we just heard you there, and the White House are telling people not to panic buy. But I do understand where you are. Some stations are, in fact, already running out of fuel. Now, maybe that's because of the panic buying, but if you see a station doesn't have fuel, it makes you think there's a shortage. And I know there's a lot of lines at stations that do have gas. What are people telling you? How long are they waiting? What are you seeing?
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Good to be with you. Yeah, experts are saying don't panic buy. We try telling that to people here. We are seeing long lines. Right now, things are looking pretty good here. We are seeing a bit of a line now sneaking down the road, but yesterday, boy, it was pretty bad. Gas prices were already creeping up because of spring travel. There was already that demand that was increasing. Now we've added this ransomware attack to it. And keep in mind, Colonial Pipeline supplies about half of the East Coast fuel. So people are hearing state of emergency. They're hearing all of this news. They're rushing out to buy gas, and they're running out of Savannah.
Lindsay, let's talk about that state of emergency. I mentioned several state governors have already done that. Why is that?
So the governor of North Carolina issued a state of emergency, and that helps lift some regulations on some of these tanker drivers. The Department of Transportation also did that, lifting regulations on drivers in 17 states. And that means they can drive longer hours. Keep in mind, there's already been a national shortage of tanker drivers. And the South Carolina governor also, Henry McMaster, has tweeted, don't rush out to top off your gas. Don't hoard gas. We have enough supply. We just need those trucks to come out and make those deliveries. But of course, try telling that to people here. I mean, Gas Buddy is reporting 8% of South Carolina gas stations are out of fuel, 16% in North Carolina. I'm right here on the state line. People waiting in line for 45 minutes, an hour.
even yesterday, we saw people waiting in line only to get to the front line and be told, hey, guys, we're out of gas. Sorry, they had to be turned away. I think we have some of the interviews that we shot yesterday. Let's listen to that.
This is my case car. It's like my family. Just in case. You never know. This may last a couple of days because I hope so. But it may last a lot longer.
So, Zana, I just talked to a gentleman here at the gas station. They got a truckload overnight. They have gas. They even were answering their phones yesterday saying, Millers, we have gas because so many people were calling. And this gentleman I spoke with said he woke up right at early 5 a.m. He wanted to be first in line at pump and he was able to get gas again.
And Lindsay, just quickly, we're talking about drivers, but this is also impacting anybody getting on a flight potentially.
Yeah, there are some ripple effects here. American Airlines confirming the 2 long-haul flights out of the Charlotte airport by the Honolulu one to London line have to make extra stops to load up on flights again.
Lindsay, thank you so much.
Today is the consequential vote to strip Congresswoman Liz Cheney of her leadership role in the Republican Party, but the Wyoming lawmaker is not going away quietly. Last night, she gave a blistering floor speech to a mostly empty chamber, slamming the GOP's crusade against the 2020 election results.
Today, we face a threat America has never seen before. A former president who provoked a violent attack on this Capitol in an effort to steal the election has resumed his aggressive effort to convince Americans that the election was stolen from him.
Keep in mind, an analysis by 538 finds that Congresswoman Cheney voted with former President Trump almost 93% of the time, while her likely successor, Representative Elise Stefanik, voted for the Trump agenda at a lower rate, almost 78%. Joining us now is NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell. So, Leanne, can you tell us more about what Congresswoman Cheney said on the House floor and how the vote might go today?
Well, that voting score that you just referenced is also one of Representative Cheney's messages. She knows that it's not about policy, it's about loyalty to the former president. Let's take a listen.
This is not about policy. This is not about partisanship. This is about our duty as Americans. Remaining silent and ignoring the lie emboldens the liar. I will not participate in that. I will not sit back and watch in silence while others lead our party down a path that abandons the rule of law and joins the former president's crusade to undermine our democracy.
So that was also a message to House Republican leadership, including Kevin McCarthy, who has really orchestrated the removal of Cheney from this position because of her position on the former president. How the vote is going to go today. It's going to happen this morning. It should be very quick. It's expected to be via secret ballot. I don't know how many votes of support she's going to get because it's secret ballot. People could be lying up until now, but I'm hearing it. She could only get 10 votes. I'm hearing she could get up to 50, and we'll be watching for that vote.
We all will, of course, and even if Congresswoman Cheney is stripped of her leadership role, she is going to remain in Congress. And all signs indicate she's going to escalate the battle against Trump and the party. But with no leadership role and key public allies, she doesn't need to win.
She has continue to talk out. That's why she gave that defiant speech, showing her steadfast last night on the House floor. She's not going to go down quietly, and she's not going to go down at all. She might lose her leadership position, but she insists that she's going to remain in Congress. She's going to be a voice for truth. She said she's going to run for re-election in Wyoming, even though that's going to be a big challenge at this point right now. And we'll see where the future holds. What the presidential election is just a few years from now. She's not talking about that yet, but she is definitely setting herself up to have a clear message and position within the Republican Party. So,
all right, thank you so much. Today, the CDC could sign off on Pfizer's COVID vaccine for 12 to 15-year-olds, but some states are already offering shots to this younger age group.
That's right. Georgia started offering the vaccine yesterday to kids under 16, making that call after the FDA authorized the vaccine for emergency use for that age group on Monday. Today's CDC meeting comes a day after top health officials testified on Capitol Hill for a contentious
announced exchanges on the origins of COVID-19 and the guidance on masks. The two reporters this morning, NBC News now correspondent Priscilla Thompson on the CDC here today, and NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is in Georgia, where kids 12 and older, as we just mentioned, are now getting vaccinated. Let's begin with Priscilla Thompson. Priscilla, good morning. So what can you expect from tonight's hearing at the CDC Advisory Good morning, Savannah. Well, that advisory committee on immunization practice is going to meet, and they're expected to go ahead and expand eligibility for the Pfizer vaccines to include children aged 5 to 18 years old, so updating that recommendation. And after that, we expect that the CDC Director, Rochelle Walensky, will ultimately sign off on that recommendation, really clearing the way for a nationwide, robust effort to get those shots into the arms of younger Americans. Savannah? Now, top health officials testified on Capitol Hill yesterday, as I mentioned just a moment ago. CDC and Rochelle Walensky defended her agency's guidance on masks. What happened next? Yes, the Republican lawmakers came out swinging ahead of this hearing, calling the guidance that the CDC had provided outdated and also overly conservative, saying that they had lost the trust of the American people. Now, of course, Walensky defended the decisions made by her agency and their guidance, saying that essentially, as more Americans are becoming vaccinated, as the case counts are changing, the guidance is changing as well. And she really emphasized that. Take a listen to a bit of that exchange. We have about a third of people in this country who are vaccinated. We have about a third of counties in this country that still have over 100 cases per 100,000. We are working to review our guidance and to update our guidance. We're vaccinated, everybody else is in the room is vaccinated, but we're going to mask. The American people just lost patience with this. I just ask you to just be aware of their frustration and get a little real time into updating these things. Of course, this comes after the CDC lifted that outdoor mask mandate, citing that less than 10% of transmission occurs outdoors. And in the past several days, a number of experts have come out and said that is a bit misleading. It may actually be far less than 10%, perhaps even less than 1% of transmission that is occurring outdoors. So that made some news yesterday. Now, Priscilla, let's talk about the vaccine rollout. So we're seeing states do things like provide vaccine sites at MTA stations, things like that, so that people are able to get the shot wherever they are. And now we're actually also seeing the Biden administration step in here with a plan to speed up the pace of vaccinations as it gets free rides to those shots. Tell us about that. That's right. Folks who are wanting to get the vaccine are now going to be able to hail an Uber or a Lyft for free in order to get that shot. Lyft says that they're going to be offering $15 promo codes for each leg of the ride, so to and from the vaccine site. And folks can choose to get there by car, but they can also use those scooters and bikes that Lyft provides in certain cities. So all in an effort to speed up this vaccine rollout. And of course, those promotions are going to be running around May 24th through July 4th. So folks will have about a month to get that taken care of. Savannah? All right, Priscilla Thompson, thanks so much.
Let's go to NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber in Stonecrest, Georgia, where they're already vaccinating adolescents. So, Ellison, the CDC is supposed to issue that recommendation on the Pfizer vaccine for ages 12 to 15 today, as we just reported. So, how is Georgia already vaccinating that age group?
Yeah, so as you said, the FDA amended the emergency use authorization for the Pfizer vaccine to include 12 to 15-year-olds. That happened on Monday. But the thing to remember is that the FDA did not issue a new emergency use authorization. They amended and expanded on what was initially issued for Pfizer back in December. And if you can remember back to December, the CDC Advisory Board actually did meet at that time as well before Pfizer vaccines started being given to people to issue usage guidance. So guidance already exists and is out there. And really, the only thing that has changed here from the FDA is that they are now allowing 12 to 15-year-olds to get vaccinated. It's still the same dosage, the same two-shot regimen prior. So really, we're not kind of starting totally from from scratch here. So in some ways, there's that aspect playing here. The state of Georgia also says that they were worried that if they told young people who maybe showed up to get vaccinated today or yesterday, they'd come back in 24, 48 hours, that they might not actually come back and that they really just need to get people vaccinated. So what Georgia's Department of Public Health decided to do is they said, okay, if anyone shows up at a vaccination site, there are runners associated with us, the Department of Public Health, and they're in that age group 12 to 15, and they have parental or legal guardian consent forms signed with them, then they can go ahead and be vaccinated. And Georgia is not the only state to go ahead and take this step a little early. We think that the CDC advisory board is meeting later today. There are 2 other states doing this as well, Delaware and also Arkansas.
Allison, what are you hearing from the parents and kids who got the shot already? Why is it so important for them to do this as soon as possible?
I mean, this isn't an easy decision for any family, and the people that we've talked to, even the ones who were really eager to go ahead and get this, they said there was a lot of time, a lot of research in the past months waiting for this moment to actually happen. We spoke to one mother and her 13-year-old son. She could not wait to get him vaccinated. He has been doing virtual schooling at home. He starts high school in the fall. When he and his mom want to go back to in-person learning, but in order to do that, both of them felt like she needed to be vaccinated first. Here's some more what they have to say.
The experience itself was not bad. I was certain meals, so that wasn't fun. The shot didn't hurt at all. And the soreness in the arm is kind of annoying, but not really that bad.
I really just hope to get back to a sense of normalcy, and I know there's plenty of people in Georgia that have felt comfortable doing that, and that's worked for them. But my kids have been, in school virtual. They have not been participating in sports or having play dates, and so I really hope that this can get us back to that sense of normalcy.
So Ben, who you heard from there, is 13, but he told us almost 14. We asked him what he is absolutely looking forward to more than anything once he is fully vaccinated. And he said he is really excited and already planning to have a sleepover with friends. He said that is something that he has not been able to do in a year and a half. He just wants to have a sleepover with some friends, be social, and maybe go to a movie theater. Joe?
Yeah, be a kid. So, all right, good to hear. Ben hates Eagles, but the shot didn't hurt at all. Good message. That's all. Allison, thanks so much. Let's get a check on your morning news now. Weather.
Good morning, Will Karens.
Good morning. You can see where it's raining this morning during that live stream. You can hear it on the tent that was over her head.
And Lindsay Rice.
That's a pretty heavy dose of rain. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was just outside of Atlanta. They were watching those downpours. So the south is where all the rain is. It's been that way. We had some thunderstorms that even produced a tornado in North Carolina. And this is example, this video, example number 1 million by where you don't want to be when a storm rolls through. And that's a mobile home. This tree sliced right through this mobile home. The family was inside. They were trapped for about 2 hours while they had tried to remove the tree. But they were uninjured, which is pretty amazing. If they were just on one end instead of the other, they wouldn't be telling this story. So, if the big storm rolls through, all the advice for hurricanes and tornadoes or severe thunderstorms, just get out. All right, so here's what we're dealing with this morning. You surf that rain near Atlanta, also a lot of heavy rain up in South Carolina and rolling through North Carolina. The line of thunderstorms, which has produced a little bit of wind damage and also some flash flooding, it's rolling right through Pensacola. A lot of lightning strikes with that line, too. So the drive right now down Interstate 10 from Mobile to Pensacola heading towards Panama City is not a fun one. And that line of storms will eventually weaken. We're also watching flash flood warnings just north of Biloxi, the little area just north of Mobile. The flash flooding will end during the day today. We still will see isolated totals of 1 to 3 inches, especially southern Georgia, areas from Jacksonville north up to Savannah. So today's forecast, it's a chilly morning once again in the Great Lakes, Ohio Valley, and Northeast. But what a beautiful afternoon it's going to be once again. Temperatures in the 60s, very comfortable air from DC all the way up through Boston. And the heat's beginning to build in the west, 100 today in Phoenix, and it looks like dry conditions prevail. Looking at the extended forecast, guys, for like the Great Lakes, Ohio Valley, the Northeast, I mean, this beautiful May air mass continues right into the weekend. Make your outdoor plans.
Good for them. All right, Bill. Thank you.
Coming up, Medina Spirit heading getting back to the track.
The Kentucky Derby winner cleared to race after failing a post-race drug test. Details are up next on Morning News Now. In North Carolina, the family of Andrew Brown Jr. is calling for justice after viewing more body camera video showing his deadly encounter with sheriff's deputies. The family and their attorneys were allowed by a judge to view 20 minutes of footage during the moment Brown was shot and killed by deputies in Elizabeth City last month. The deputies had sought to serve a warrant for his arrest on felony drug charges. Family lawyers say the video proves the shooting was an ambush.
There's no way that this could be justified. There's no way possible. He wasn't in the wrong at all. What's in the light? What's in the dark will come to the light.
For more now, I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Katie Beck joining us from Elizabeth City. Katie, good morning. So a lawyer representing the deputies said they were justified in Brown's killing, but as we just heard, Brown's family claims he did nothing wrong. What more did they say after viewing that new video?
Well, that was really the stark contrast yesterday, right? What the DA had presented in court as the scenario and what Brown's families and attorneys say they saw on that videotape. The DA in a court hearing just a few weeks ago said that Brown had moved forward and back in his vehicle, making contact with deputies, and that's when shots were fired. Yesterday, Brown's family and lawyers came out and said that was not the case, that shots were fired prior to any movement in that vehicle, and that at no point did Brown's vehicle make contact with officers. They were very clear to say that they felt this was an ambush, that he was murdered, using the strongest of language and terms to paint a picture of what they feel was an unjustified police shooting. Now, they had previously seen 20 seconds. Yesterday, they saw almost 20 minutes. They feel validated and vindicated from watching more of that video and say it raises more questions about the conduct of these police officers. Here's what a member of the family had to say.
We're able to see Mr. Brown sitting in his vehicle as he was ambushed and as the sheriff's officers made their way to his residence. Appearing to be surprised, it appears that he was possibly on the phone. At all times, his hands were visible. At all times, you could see that he was not a threat.
Now, they were also saying Mr. Brown in this video was actually turning his car away from police. At no time was he driving towards them, so the perceived threat, they say, was not in question in this video at all. And they really do draw a stark contrast to what the DA had previously said in court in front of the judge. Now, we have not seen that video. All of this is speculation at this point. The public release, we have no way of knowing when that could be.
Katie Beck, thank you so much.
A new video taken at the southern border shows a group of abandoned migrant children. The youngest is just 11 months old. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez takes a closer look.
No mother, no father.
They were found abandoned by smugglers on the border. 5 undocumented girls from Honduras and Guatemala, ranging from just 11 months old to 7 years. Discovered by a Texas farmer who gave them water and food in the sweltering heat.
They were out there in the dark all night, totally alone.
The Border Patrol says the children are in government custody and do not require medical attention, but it's another heartbreaking reminder of the stakes in this border surge. Last month, this 10-year-old Nicaraguan boy was found alone and crying. Another video showed smugglers dropping 2 toddlers from Ecuador over a 14-foot high border fence. Despite repeated requests, Customs and Border Protection has not yet released updated apprehension numbers for April. In March, agents stopped more than 172,000 migrants at the border, a 20-year high. The record surge of children began after President Biden changed border policy and began allowing unaccompanied minors and their families to stay in the U.S. This message to migrants from the White House: the border is closed. Near Roma, Texas last week, this woman out of breath told us she was desperate.
Following breaking news on Capitol Hill, Congresswoman Liz Cheney has been ousted from her leadership position by House Republicans. Multiple sources tell NBC News it was done by a voice vote. No roll call, no secret ballot. The meeting lasted less than 20 minutes. Let's go right to NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell. So, Leanne, first of all, tell us a little more about what happened and this voice vote. Was this what was expected or was that a surprise?
Hey, Joe. So we'll start with what happened today. Representative Liz Cheney
started the conference meeting because this was actually her conference meeting as GOP conference chair for the moment. And she made a few remarks. And in those remarks, she said in part that our nation needs its Republican Party as a strong party based on truth so we can shape the future. And she continued to really repeat what she said last night, that the path of former President Donald Trump is not the path of the party moving forward. And after that, then they decided not to hold a secret ballot, a roll call of where members stand on the issue of Liz Cheney. Instead, they just did it by a voice vote. So people aren't on the record. No member had to actually say what they thought, even if it was a secret ballot, but it was a voice vote. And our sources tell us that it was a resounding support to remove her from this position. Joe, no, we didn't really expect it to happen this way, but it's very clear that members did not want to take this vote.
Mamaya pa yan matatapos, anak.
They wanted her to be removed from this position, and so they just took out the necessary pain of having their name down on a position.
Mamaya pa.
They're just raise your hand and say
Alas 6 dyan sa Pinas.
So, Leanne, we know she made some strong comments yesterday to a nearly empty House chamber, and was it surprising that she decided to speak again today?
Narinig mo ako?
About what she told the group.
So it wasn't really surprising. She wanted to speak today, but we weren't sure if she was going to be able to. This show was run by House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy. We weren't sure if he was going to be able to allow her to speak. But when she opened up the conference with the pledge and the prayer, she said that she wants to take a couple moments to give her thoughts. She said she has a lot of respect for many people in the room. After this very short meeting that only lasted about 20 minutes, she did come to the cameras and took a couple of questions, including on the future of the Republican Party and what the former president's role is. I think we have some sound. Let's try it. If not, I'll just talk about it.
Opo, kanila ha.
We have had the coverage meeting. I am absolutely committed, as I said last night, as I said just now to my colleagues, that we must go forward based on truth. We cannot both embrace the big lie and embrace the Constitution. And going forward, the nation needs it. The nation needs a strong Republican Party. The nation needs a party that is based upon fundamental principles of conservatism. And I am committed and dedicated to ensuring that that's how this party goes forward, and I plan to lead the fight to do that.
And that has been a consistent message from Representative Cheney. That's something similar to what she said on the House floor last night. That's similar to what she told her members behind closed doors earlier this morning. And she is now determined to continue to be that voice within the Republican Party, to continue to stand up against the former president and the lies he continues to tell about the past election, regardless of what sort of consequences that brings her. Of course, she dealt a major consequence by losing her seat in leadership. But I will say one more thing, Joe. She does have some support. Representative Adam Kinzinger of Illinois has been a vocal supporter of Representative Cheney. He's standing right by her. And then another member who hasn't been vocal texted me and said after this vote, the Republican Party in the House is done. They fear for the future of the party because of the stance that it is taking. So there is still some belly aching among Republicans who think that this is absolutely the wrong move, Joe.
All right, Leanne Caldwell, thank you so much. Researchers have found that a shrunken head that was used as a prop in a 1979 movie is real. The head, or Sansa in Amazonian languages, had been on display at Mercer University in Georgia for decades. It even appeared in the movie Wise Blood, where it was damaged when it was glued onto a fake body. Researchers spent years authenticating the Sansa by performing tests like reconstructing a three-dimensional model and performing CT scans. It will now be sent back to Ecuador, where researchers hope it will be properly preserved. Many museums, including the Smithsonian, have been repatriating human remains from their collections. elections as attitudes have changed. There's been a lot of interest in this one. In fact, it was the #1 story at NBCnews.com.
Oh, wow, that's kind of interesting. It is kind of wild that it was just able to be used as a platform movie. I thought maybe there was a chance it was real.
Yeah, and maybe they didn't know it at the time, but now they've done the work and figured it out.
Yeah, exactly. Very cool. Thanks, Jeff. We got a little extra time to do our taxes this year, but the deadline is approaching. NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Rule has everything you need to know before you file.
Joe and Savannah, the tax man comment a bit later than usual this year. April 15th is now May 17th, less than 1 week to file your taxes. But this year, the due date isn't the only big change when it comes to your taxes. Anyway, for financial planners like Milton Rodriguez, it's go time.
I cannot imagine what this would have been like without the extra months.
The IRS's tax deadline is now less than a week away.
Does it make a difference whether I file on paper or should I do it online?
It's always much more secure to do it online, and it's quicker to get a refund via direct deposit. Mailing is not the ideal option.
Between stimulus checks, millions on unemployment, and a work-from-home surge, taxes are likely to be more confusing than ever. Key things to know. At the federal level, your stimulus check is tax-free. And if you claimed unemployment, the first $10,200 also tax-free. And the child tax credit, now $3,000 for kids 6 and up, and $3,600 for younger children.
If you owe taxes, you want to try and pay as much as possible by the May 17th deadline. Anything that is unpaid does have penalties and interest assessed.
And remember, if you owe money, you can work out a payment plan with the IRS. If you make less than $72,000 a year, the IRS will help you file for free. And if you move states, consider hiring a professional. And remember, guys, you must hit submit by midnight on May 17th. Joe, Savannah, I'm counting on you.
The pandemic has made cell phones and laptops our lifelines. We've allowed them to work, to go to school, and to escape or connect with our friends and family. A rising number of Americans are finding it hard to put their devices down. NBC's Lester Holt takes a look at the social challenge of internet addiction.
Joe and Savannah, many of us have turned to our screens and devices to navigate life with COVID, but for some, a practical necessity became something more. This morning, more on the social challenge with a look at internet addiction. In our pandemic isolation, the internet became a lifeline, but for others, a life-altering portal to what some describe as a rabbit hole. Scott Zayat says he's been down it.
I would imagine it's like what any addiction feels like when you think about actually giving it up.
Zayat found himself spending more and more time online. In his case, feeding an insatiable appetite for politics. The election and Capitol siege particularly drew him in. Does it feel like you're just being swept down this tunnel?
Yeah. They cycle the things that you want to see, or they know what you want to read, and so they feed you more and more of that. So I know I feed into it, right? I know what's happening, and yet I still click and open that next article.
Psychiatrist Dr. Howard Foreman says internet addiction is real.
Just based on the volume of calls that I am getting, volume of calls that my colleagues are getting, it is certainly growing. I think we're going to see that it's emerged as one of the major behavioral addictions in the United States.
Though published research in the U.S. is scarce, overseas studies have noted sharp increases in internet dependence during the pandemic, with links to anxiety and depression.
I've had to go with blood pressure medicine.
Scientifically, what is happening when we cross this line on the computer and into addiction?
Every time that you get a like or a follow or someone comments on something that you've posted, you get a surge of dopamine in a part of the brain that we call in layman's terms the pleasure center. And it gets very addicting once you get more and more of this surge of pleasure.
Attempts to stop cold, he says, generally fail.
The therapy that I always start with is that you start with a simple do and a simple don't. And the simple do is do engage in activities that previously were pleasurable to you before the internet took over your life.
As for Scott, a healthcare worker, online disinformation and lies about COVID are still triggers.
I know what's happening,
And yet I still click and open that next article.
A struggle between the healthy need to know and engage and the unhealthy fall into that rabbit hole.
Time for our medical roundup. A look at the latest health studies you may have missed. NBC's medical contributor, Dr. Natalie Azar, joins us now with more on this. Natalie, good morning. So first of all, let's start with a study that says drinking 2 or more sugary drinks a day doubles the risk of colon cancer in women who are under the age of 50. What more can you tell us about this? And it might be true for men too.
Well, to get to the second part first, Joe, this research was done from participants in the Women's Health Study, which I'm sure you've all heard of, which has just given us invaluable information on women's health. But can we extrapolate to men? Sure. So why is this important? Well, we know that the incidence of colorectal cancer has increased dramatically in the last number of years in individuals younger than 50, but we don't exactly know why. Experts have suggested that perhaps environmental factors, diet could play a role, and we know that the intake of sugary drinks can increase the risk of obesity as well as diabetes, but we weren't sure about a link to colon cancer. So in this particular study, what they found that women who consumed at least one extra sugary drink per day increased their risk for colon cancer by about 16%. As you know, sugar-sweetened drinks make up the leading source of added sugars in the U.S. diet, and roughly adults born in 1990 had roughly twice the risk of colon cancer in individuals who were born decades before. So doctor's orders, grab a glass of water, flavored seltzer instead of that sugary drink. Definitely check the label to see how much sugar and how much carbohydrate you're consuming, and try to cut back by mixing sweetened with unsweetened drinks to sort of taper yourself off that sugary high slowly, Joe.
Good advice there. Let's move on to a study that says sleeping pills don't seem to work long-term for insomnia in middle-aged women. Does this mean they work in the first few weeks, but shouldn't be taken longer than that? What's the takeaway?
So, Joe, it's interesting, obviously, as we get older, especially women around menopause, do start to experience some sleep disturbance. And it's very normal to want to try to have a sleep aid to assist us in falling asleep. And there is a nuanced difference between taking something to help you fall asleep as opposed to taking something that's actually going to improve the quality of your sleep and the duration of your sleep. So this study, as the other, was also done in women, and they found basically that sleeping aids such as Ambien and benzodiazepines, Valium, those kinds of things do work in the short term, maybe up to about 6 months. But after 2 years, there was no difference in terms of the ability to fall asleep, to stay asleep, or waking early between two groups of women who either took sleeping aids or didn't take sleeping aids. So doctor's orders, and this is basic sleep hygiene, Joe. You want to use the bed for sleep and intimacy only. It's not a time for being on the computer and being on your phones, and especially with phones and devices, you want to get rid of those at least 30 minutes before bed. You want to avoid caffeine intake later in the day. And one really important thing is that if you find yourself awake in the middle of the night and you can't fall back asleep, don't lie there for more than 30 minutes staring at the clock. You should get up, grab a book, some dim light, and read until you get tired, and then try to go to sleep again.
That's good advice. I didn't know that one. That's good to know. All right. Now, we've learned to live with the new normal of masking and distancing, but as we start to emerge and re-enter the world, some fear we could be in store for a bad flu season. How worried should we be about this?
So, we always have this expectation of doomsday. Remember last year we said we were going to have a twindemic, and that didn't happen. And the reason that it didn't happen is that all the behaviors that we used to mitigate against coronavirus actually ended up helping us protect ourselves from the flu. Last year, this past season, we had roughly 2,000 cases of flu, as opposed to the year before where we had 200,000 cases. Now, the concern here among experts is that because we were not exposed, our population in the U.S. right now has very low immunity against certain flu strains going into next year, and that is very concerning.
One thing that was brought up, every year around February, the WHO identifies the strains that are going to be in the flu shot for the upcoming year. And we've identified which strains they are going to be. However, we haven't done a lot of sampling just because we haven't had a lot of cases. So experts are particularly concerned for next year that we could have that vaccine strain mismatch that we talk about a lot. What are the doctor's orders for this? I know I sound like a broken record, we all do, but get your flu shot. It's the thing that will save you from hospitalization and death. And now we know social distancing, washing our hands, not touching our faces. And by the way, maybe still wearing a mask, even if we don't have to because of COVID-19 in certain areas indoors might still be recommended. Just wait and see. And certainly if you're sick, you stay home.
We've all gotten really good at washing our hands in the last year, so hopefully that sticks around. Really out there, HR, as always. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Joe.
Coming up, catastrophe.
A tiger seen proudly in a Texas neighborhood is still missing. The latest on the search after the break.
Time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs is with us this morning. Hi, Bertha.
Hi, Joe and Savannah. This one matters to you if you're into cruising. Carnival is providing an update on some possible timing of them restarting sales. They expect perhaps in July to begin sailing on 3 ships from Florida and Texas. Carnival is also searching for a way for ships to visit Alaska, where they're currently unable to sail through February due to Canada's cruise ban. Given the uncertainty, though, travelers are allowed to cancel without penalty by May 31st to get a full refund. TikTok, meantime, is testing a recruiting tool to help people find jobs and recruiters and brands to discover solid candidates. Axios is reporting that the feature will be outside of the core TikTok app. It will be on a website where job listings are posted. Most likely, there'll be entry-level positions, and you'll be able to post a video resume and add that to your profile as well. And Moet Hennessy is anticipating a post-COVID renaissance as consumers flock to reopen bars and restaurants and splurge on pricier drinks to celebrate. Company which owns Moet and Chandon, Krug, Ruth Clicquot, Hennessy, and other brands that Joe drinks all the time, says that people are clearly trading up and now have money to burn since the pandemic has receded in parts of the U.S. And this has led to a boom for things like cognac, which has left Hennessy struggling to keep up with demand. As long as the rosé keeps flowing, I'm all right.
Cognac is making a comeback.
Yeah, wow.
Something. All right.
Thanks, Bertha. Good to see you.
Authorities in Texas are still searching for that large tiger last spotted Sunday in a Houston suburb.
NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has the latest.
This morning, authorities still on the prowl, searching for a missing tiger seen roaming the streets of Houston.
Nexus cringe to all of us, just to know there's a wild at large.
The big cat's unexpected appearance, an unusual getaway in an SUV, leaving neighbors and even Houston's mayor baffled.
Let's find the tiger, and let's place the tiger in the most appropriate place.
While the hunt for the Bengal tiger continues, authorities did track down Victor Cuevas, the man who was allegedly housing the animal. He's now in a Texas jail, charged with felony evading arrest after police say he sped off with the tiger inside his vehicle. But his attorney denies Cuevas is the owner of the 9-month-old male tiger that he says is named Indian.
Well, I think it is a reasonable deduction from looking at the video that my client has been in contact with this animal before. Doesn't mean it's his.
That Tiger Creek Animal Sanctuary outside Dallas. Director Emily Owen oversees the care of 17 tigers, nursing the often abandoned or neglected big cats back to health.
How important is it that they find this tiger fast?
The longer the cat goes without proper care, the more dangerous, and the more danger the people around it are in.
After watching the now viral video from Houston, Owen says the cat's comfort level around people leads her to believe it's now totally reliant on those taking care of it in secret.
I absolutely do not think the animal is just roaming around. I think it's being hidden somewhere.
Back in Houston, with a man behind bars and a tiger on the lam, those living nearby can't help but wonder what's next.
Yeah, and that scares you too, because it's like if the tiger was with the guy and he's in custody, where is the tiger?
President Biden released his America the Beautiful plan last week, pledging to conserve a third of the nation's land and water by 2030, doubling the current amount. Well, in one small California town, there is a fight between those hoping to protect the land and that classic California quest for gold. NBC's Gary Schwartz traveled to the Eastern Sierras to find out more.
What we're looking at here is sort of the highest point of the mesa on the northern end. It is a high desert climate oasis with Joshua trees.
Wendy Schneider and Jorah Fong are hiking through a slice of high California desert called the Conglomerate Mesa, and the two environmentalists are searching for patches like this.
So this is the area of a drill pad that was part of K2 Gold's Phase 1 exploration. And as you can see, it's completely denuded of any plant life, and it's a pretty large area. You can see how this would start to add up.
They think this would mark the beginning of the end for the Mesa ecosystem, because here in the dirt and rocks are tiny specks of gold. The precious metal that put California on the map.
I would say the juice is not worth the squeeze. There would be a few low-paying jobs that would last for about a decade. And in exchange for that, we would destroy Conglomerate Mesa forever. It is not a good trade.
One of the biggest fears, dangerous chemicals that would be used in extracting the gold. Fears raised by county supervisors and regular citizens that mining could come in the form of what's called an open-pit cyanide heap leach mine, where rocks containing gold are brought to the surface and basically melted down with cyanide to separate out the gold.
We know that mining brings lots and lots of jobs and could bring tens of millions of dollars to the local economy.
Kitco represents the company that's already started exploratory drilling.
Even though we're drilling very small holes looking for the gold, we're still required to put everything back and replant to restore the environment back to what it was before we started.
K2 and its local subsidiary Mojave Precious Metals say they're just exploring, trying to find out how much gold is here, and they're drilling around, not on top of the mesa. They say if they find enough, a larger company would buy the mining rights from them, and they would build the mine.
And if that mine does use materials like cyanide, those are heavily regulated types of chemicals that then would be subject to local, state, and federal regulation. Again, we don't use those types of materials right now in the exploration phase.
But we're talking heap leach mining with cyanide, possibly in the future. Those words altogether, I mean, they're concerning for a lot of people.
And there are mines right now that are using those technologies, but we just don't know for the future, right? When this exploration, if it ever becomes a mine, if that type of mining technology, if that heap leach mining would be used. So it would be up to the mining company to determine that.
But for many, the mesa is worth more than gold. It's sacred to several tribes in the area who have occupied the region for over 10,000 years.
We could compare it to, Arlington Cemetery or the Sistine Chapel or things like that, This is all natural, we have a history as for taking the key to it.
Kathy Bancroft and Janice Gonzalez are tribal historic preservation officers for the Lone Pine Paiute Shoshone tribe and Timbisha Shoshone tribe. K2 paid the tribes to assess how cultural artifacts would be impacted by exploratory mining on Conglomerate Mesa.
We got to the mesa, and I started getting out, and then right off the bat, I just started finding things, artifacts.
The company says they're making every effort to protect cultural heritage and consult with the tribes on protecting artifacts. But some local leaders say even more is at stake.
If this is the direction we want to go, clean energies, then we need these types of minerals. Where are they going to come from?
Ultimately, locals won't have the final say. Conglomerate Mesa is federal public land and could become a testing ground for how the Biden administration and the Secretary of the Interior, Deb Haaland, weigh local concerns, needed voices, and renewable energy. The decision on Conglomerate Mesa expected this fall.
Thank you. NBC News viewers, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here and click on any videos over here to watch the latest interviews, show highlights, and digital exclusives. Thanks for watching.
Hey everyone else. Morris, we're watching NBC News now. Here's what's happening. An emotional day for Andrew Brown Jr.'s family. They're seeing more body cam footage of the day he was killed by sheriff's deputies. On Capitol Hill, a showdown in the Senate over the For the People Act. What does that voting rights legislation look like tonight? And the Colonial Pipeline still offline. The fuel shortages in this country getting worse by the day. We start today with the Andrew Brown Jr. body cam video. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck is in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Katie, we're talking about nearly 2 hours of footage from that deadly confrontation between sheriff's deputies and Andrew Brown Jr. His family only seeing about 20 minutes of it. What's a little?
Well, that's the portion of the video, Allison, that the judge determined was relevant to the family. It's the only portion of the video where the decedent Andrew Brown appears on tape. So the judge made the determination that that 18-minute clip will be all the family will see today, despite 2 hours of body camera footage that came from body cams and one dash cam. The family is currently inside now reviewing that tape. They do not have a time limit on how long they can spend reviewing it. So we do suspect they will watch it carefully and perhaps several times before they come out and give us their impressions of what they're going to see. They do have put on the record they feel that this was an execution, a bad police shooting, and that Andrew Brown was murdered by police. We suspect that after watching the longer version of this clip, they will say something similar, as they said as they were headed in. But we expect to hear from them sometime, in the near future.
How about the calls to release this body cam video to the press or to the public? I know that has been the call there in Elizabeth City. Any updates?
At this point, we have no idea on when this could be available to the public. Right now, this is only being viewed. It's not being released. So at this point, the public seeing of it is dicey. The judge said he would review the possibility of releasing it within 30 to 45 days, checking in with the State Bureau of Investigation and seeing where they are in their case. He says he does not want to jeopardize the case by releasing it too soon. So at this point, it's not looking like that will happen in the near future.
All right, Katie, a lot still up in the air there. We will, of course, wait to hear from the family. I appreciate your belief. Thank you so much. Senate Democrats pushing ahead with their sweeping voting rights bill today. The Rules Committee starting a marathon markup. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell live for us on the Hill. So, Leanne, Senate Leader Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell are part of this markup. That's kind of rare, and I really feel like shows us how high stakes this is. So, how's it going so far?
Yeah, well, they are in a marathon markup, which is what they're doing is they're trying to craft this legislation. They have the basis of the legislation, which is taken from HR 1, which the House passed a couple months ago. But this legislation is pitting Republicans and Democrats against each other, and it has become a critical, central, divisive issue up here in Congress and also out in the states. We'll talk about that in a moment, but first let's listen to the two leaders of this hearing today.
The Democratic Party, on its own, wants to rewrite the ground rules of American politics for their benefit. We all know that's what this is about.
In democracy, when you lose an election, you try to persuade more voters to vote for you. You don't try to ban the other side from voting.
Democrats have prioritized expanding access to the polls, while what's happening in the states is including Georgia, Arizona, Texas, Florida. There are legislatures who are trying to restrict access to the voting booth, making it more difficult to vote. So while that's playing out in state houses, this battle where Democrats control Congress is playing out in Congress, and both sides have very strong opinions on this, and there is little room for compromise, Allison.
And the other big news on the Hill, as we all know, is Cheney versus the GOP. What's the latest from lawmakers ahead of a vote we expect tomorrow to get her out of the leadership role?
Yeah, they're getting ready for this vote tomorrow. It's going to be behind closed doors. It's going to be in the morning, and the members are going to vote via secret ballot on if they should recall Liz Cheney from her leadership position. Now, the GOP leader, Kevin McCarthy, put out a really stunning letter to his colleagues yesterday, encouraging them to remove her from that position. But Representative Cheney does have some allies and some vocal allies as well, including some in the Senate. Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa. Let's take a listen.
Cancel culture, no matter how you look at it. And unfortunately, I think there are those that are trying to silence others in the party. I support President Trump and his policies. So I have a slightly different view on that, but I still think we shouldn't be trying to cancel voices.
Is using the Republican language against the Republican Party. She's a Republican too, about cancel culture. Senator Mitt Romney and other Cheney supporters fundraising in support of Representative Cheney. But what's clear is that Cheney is going to lose her position in leadership among House Republicans as her position has just become, they say, untenable when they're trying to win back the majority. They say they can't. They have to embrace the president, former president.
Yeah, we're also hearing about some movement today on the commission to investigate the Capitol attack. What's going on there?
That's right. There does seem to be a little bit of movement. This thing has been stalled as House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has really been pushing for this January 6th commission to investigate what happened on January 6th. Now she has deputized, among the stalemate, the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, Benny Thompson, and his counterpart, Representative Katko, who's the top Republican on that committee, to try to finalize the last sticking point, which is the scope of the commission. Democrats want the scope to be focused solely on January 6th. Republicans had wanted it to be expanded to include some of the strife revolving around racial justice protests last summer. So we'll see. Democrats are hopeful that they could reach a deal as early as this week and perhaps bring a bill to the floor next week. But Allison, I've heard that before.
Leanne, you've been told this story one time too many. We'll see what happens. Leanne Caldwell, thank you so much.
Thanks.
President Biden talking vaccines with a bipartisan group of governors this afternoon. The goal of that virtual meeting, figuring out innovative ways to get COVID shots in arms as vaccination rates slow down. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memley joining me now. Mike, the president has said he wants 70% of adults to have at least one shot by July 4th. So what brilliant ideas did they come up with in this speech?
Well, Allison, the president heard from 3 Republican governors, 3 Democratic governors talking about how to reach those harder to reach populations who haven't been getting the vaccinations just yet. He heard things about mobile units, how effective they were at reaching rural areas and inner cities, for instance, about having the Johnson & Johnson one-and-done dose, how important it was to have that back online. Also about having folks like churches and trusted community voices rather than government officials being the messengers here. But I have 2 words for you that really was the big takeaway, and that was free stuff. The Maine governor, for instance, talked about vouchers that the state was about to begin giving out to newly vaccinated individuals for things like LL Bean or fish and wildlife licenses, tickets to a minor league baseball game. The president also talked about a new partnership with ride-sharing companies for free rides as well. Take a listen to him talk about that.
Americans from every walk of life are getting their vaccines. We got more to do though. It isn't Democratic progress, Republican progress, it's American progress. And now we've got to take the next step together. From May 24th through July 4th, Uber and Lyft are both going to offer everyone free rides to and from vaccination sites. I think that is really stepping up.
So, Allison, this is all about sharing best practices. And one of the things that the president responded to actually most from a Republican governor, Spencer Cox of Utah, was this idea of incentivizing Americans to get vaccinated by talking about the benefits of being vaccinated. And he was encouraging the president to do more things, to lift things like masking mandates and new guidance that could come from the administration that would show Americans that it's worth getting the vaccine because your life really will open up in ways that it hasn't before.
Look, like you said, the magic words, right? Free stuff. Anyone who doesn't believe in the power of free stuff has never seen what happens when you throw a couple of pizza pies in a newsroom. That is the way to get the people. I know President Biden is also talking with Arizona Senator Kristen Sinema about the American Jobs Plan today. What are you hearing about that meeting?
Yeah, so many of these meetings, in addition to the big ones that we know coming up tomorrow, that meeting with the congressional leadership Thursday with Republican senators. But Kristen Sinema, for all that we talk about Joe Manchin, she's another Democratic senator to keep an eye on from Arizona. She's not fixing re-election anytime soon, but she has really demonstrated that she is somebody who intends to be an independent voice. She got some criticism for opposing, for instance, the minimum wage increase that Democrats had hoped to include in the COVID response bill. And so this is just a sign that for all the talk about getting Republicans on board and hoping to go big with a bipartisan bill, the president is doing everything he can to make sure he has every Democratic vote lined up in case they do have to go through the reconciliation process again.
Like the administration saying 1 million people have signed up for health insurance during an Affordable Care Act special enrollment window. It's a window that closes on August 15th. What's President Biden saying about those numbers and the future of the ACA?
Yeah, I saw a remarkable statistic today, which is for all the talk about what the Trump administration did to try to undercut the president's President Obama's signature healthcare law and the attempts they tried to, of course, repeal it, weren't successful, but to administratively undo it. There are now more Americans enrolled through the Affordable Care Act now than there were when President Obama left office 4 years ago. Now, one of the first steps President Biden took, of course, was reopening the exchanges with the pandemic as the rationale, getting more people health care. And now he's using this new milestone to point to some of the proposals he has in his American Families Plan. And in his statement, I'll read part of it to you. He said the American Families Plan will build on this work to make health care more affordable. Today's milestone demonstrates that there is a need and a demand for high quality, affordable health coverage. And so clearly the administration doing everything it can to fortify the Affordable Care Act after 4 years in which the President Trump tried to undercut it. But clearly some of their proposals would even go beyond the benefits that have already been underway there.
Mike, there are several reports out there that President Biden will name Rahm Emanuel as the ambassador to Japan. Any updates there? Would be good on that one?
Yeah, well, one of those reports was from NBC News just last week about Rahm Emanuel as the front runner for that ambassadorship in Japan. We always like to remind everyone of our own reporting here. Some of the other names that the president is closing in on naming to some of these ambassadorial posts include Sidney McCain to be the ambassador to the World Food Program. That's a good one because it's based in Rome, so I say that as an Italian American, a good destination. Julian Smith, a former Biden security official, is also being considered as the ambassador to NATO. Ken Salazar as the ambassador to Mexico. But there's a reason the White House hasn't announced these yet. The White House has said they want to announce its first batch of ambassadorial nominations as career officials. Rahm Emanuel, the former Chicago mayor, the former White House chief of staff, he is what we would call a political appointee. And so this administration is going to announce some of those career professionals in the foreign service before they get to people like Rahm Emanuel.
Mike, you said two of my favorite things there. NBC News, my favorite news source, and Rome. Could you pick a better place to eat pasta? I've eaten my way to that city many times. That is an appointment I could live with.
I may or may not have applied for one of those ambassadorships there myself, but I'm still here.
You'd be great. You'd be great. Mike Donnelly, thank you always there.
Thanks, Alan.
Gas shortages in the U.S. getting worse. Colonial Pipeline struggling to get our nation's largest oil pipeline back up and running after the Russian cyber hack of the weekend. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is outside a fuel tank farm in Virginia.
Hey, Allison, good day. So this is one of the massive tank farms that pipeline feeds. This one's in Fairfax, Virginia. So with the pipeline dry, the levels inside the tanks are dropping right now. The bottom line is Colonial believes it should have its pipeline back up and running by the weekend. Listen, the clock is ticking here because the longer the pipeline remains shut down, the more likely it is you and I will be paying more at the pump.
Day 4 and a critical 5,500-mile oil pipeline remains shut down this morning. Gas shortages now being reported in at least 6 states and expected to grow, stretching down the highways as customers wait at the pumps. The governor of North Carolina has declared a state of emergency. The station there running out of fuel.
Motorists that absolutely have to travel should be about the only ones on the roads. The severity of the situation is significant.
The fuel supply shortage also impacting some air travel, including 2 daily flights from American Airlines. President Biden now promising swift action.
The Department of Energy is working directly with Colonial to get the pipelines back online and operating at full capacity as quickly and safely as possible.
The ransomware attack is also exposing new vulnerabilities, from oil and gas to power grids to dams to the nation's water supply, often owned by private companies.
They serve as the first line of defense, and we depend on the effectiveness of their defenses.
The FBI confirming that the cyber criminals responsible for the pipeline attack are known as DarkSide, a sophisticated Russian-based criminal gang that targets the data of English-speaking entities for ransom payments.
Whether this is approved or authorized by the Kremlin is increasingly irrelevant because Russian operations in criminal groups has been going on for years. So there's some degree of tacit approval because it's happening under the nose.
Colonial, critical to America's fuel market, has not said whether it will pay the attackers' ransom demands. But experts warn because cyber criminals often make money off these types of attacks, companies, small and large, which power the nation's infrastructure, are at risk.
This is one of the many warning shots. We've been seeing this for quite some time. It's going to continue.
So as for gas prices, we're likely to see an increase of 3 to 6, maybe 7 cents a gallon over the coming days, but more in the Southeast, more in those states that have already been affected by gas shortages, where we're seeing the longer lines. But if they can get the pipeline open by the weekend, then it's likely will stabilize with the national price around $3 a gallon, maybe a little more. That would still be the highest since 2014.
Israel increasing its attacks on the Gaza Strip, rockets and missiles raining down in the Middle East. At least 28 Palestinians, including 10 children, now dead. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying Hamas will receive blows that it didn't expect. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joining me now from London. Molly, I understand there's been a round of rocket fire tonight in Tel Aviv. What is going on in that region right now? Hey, Allison, that's right. And we just got an updated death toll. I just want to correct. I know that we had that 28 as of 5 minutes ago, but we just learned that now 30 people have died in Gaza because of Israeli airstrikes, including 10 children. But what is happening right now, essentially, is that the Israeli military are warning Gazans that they will take down more high-rise civilian buildings that they say are being used by Hamas operatives. A couple of hours ago, we saw one apartment building with 80 different apartments completely flattened in Gaza, and Hamas, the militant group which runs the Gaza Strip, is in turn saying, well, we have more rockets that we can fire at Tel Aviv. So right now, those updated death tolls, as we said, Allison, 3 Palestinians have died, including 10 children. And on the Israeli side, at least 3 Israelis, so 2 women in Ashkelon, which is a southern Israeli city, earlier today, 1 person tonight in Tel Aviv because of that rocket fire barrage, and at least 13 people were wounded in Tel Aviv. Now, 130 rockets were fired into Tel Aviv. Allison, we haven't seen anything like this since 2014. Rockets hit a bus where we believe 7 people were injured. They hit buildings. They hit central Tel Aviv, the airport, Ben Gurion Airport, even stopped flights as the rockets came in. Now, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu just spoke, Allison, literally minutes ago. I just want to share some of the things that he said. And the headline is that this isn't over. So he says, Hamas have paid and will pay a heavy price for their aggression. He says, we stand united against the enemy. He says, this campaign will take time. And next time, Allison, his defense minister, Benny Gantz, was speaking, who said, this is just a start, calls on all Israeli citizens to act responsibly. He says, we will return quiet and security for the long term. Now, all of this started out, and we have been watching the tension simmering in Jerusalem for the last couple of days. It started actually because of a court case. Jewish Israeli settlers are trying to push out Palestinian families in a neighborhood in East Jerusalem, in occupied East Jerusalem, called Sheikh Jarrah. That went to court last week. That has since been pushed, but that is where we saw those huge crowds of Palestinians protesting and gathering around the old city, and that is when we saw
Israeli military storm Al-Aqsa Mosque. Those pictures also are still incredibly dramatic and a huge provocation to storm the holiest site, one of the holiest sites for the Muslim faith in the weekend before Ramadan. Now, when you combine Prime Minister Netanyahu's words tonight and earlier today, he spoke at the southern border, with the fact that tomorrow is the final day of Ramadan, the holiest month for Muslims, you've got a very potent combination we'll be watching really carefully. Oh, no doubt. It's such a devastating situation there to hear about the deaths, the children. Molly, thanks for updating us on what's going on tonight. Let's go to NBC News Now. Correspondent Simone Boyce of latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Hi, Simone.
Hey, Allison, we're going to start today with some travel news. News that the FDA is authorizing. So we are going to start with some vaccine news, you guys. So the FDA is authorizing the Pfizer vaccine for children ages 12 to 15. And the CDC is expected to give the green light tomorrow, which means these young teens could start getting the shot as early as Thursday. And over in Russia, a gunman shot and killed at least 9 people, including 7 children, out of school. Authorities have detained the 19-year-old suspect. School shootings are actually pretty rare in Russia. This one was one of the deadliest shootings the country has seen in years. Well, the UK is moving to ban LGBTQ conversion therapy and will provide more support for people in the community who've undergone the treatments. Prime Minister Boris Johnson is saying these new measures will prevent abhorrent practices which can cause mental and physical harm. And in North Carolina, a soldier at Fort Bragg Army Base is being charged with shooting another soldier who was stationed at the base. 26-year-old Tiara Nicole Vinson was charged with first-degree murder and shooting a firearm into occupied property. The victim, Julia Horton, was 22 years old. And in Houston, a tiger is still on the loose. Yeah, you heard that right, a tiger. The suspected owner has been arrested after the tiger was roaming around in a front yard, obviously frightening residents to death. He put the tiger in an SUV and fled the scene. Luckily, there have been no reported injuries. I can't say that I have heard that one before, Allison. I don't even know how I would react if I saw a tiger in my neighborhood. Wow.
Yeah, they don't hang around here all that often, so I'm not sure I would either. They're not regular. Cats are much smaller. I don't know.
You do have those big rats. You do have those.
We've got those huge. The pizza rats, you know it. Visit New York, get vaxxed. The city now offering COVID shots at some of its most popular tourist spots. MSNBC's senior national correspondent Chris Jansen is in Times Square.
Hey there, Allison. New York City officials will tell you that if the city is going to fully come back, tourism has to come back. It's so much a part of what gives New York its energy and also feeds its economy. In 2019, 400,000 jobs created, $70 billion pumped into the economy. That's why they're having these pop-ups in places where tourists go. One more enticement to say, hey, if you come here to see the sights and you haven't been vaccinated yet, you can. Take a listen to what a New York City tourism official had to say.
People have not had an opportunity to travel in more than 13 months, so there's an extraordinary amount of pent-up demand. And New York City is one of the most appealing places for people to want to go. So if you can check off the box a vaccine, if you have not gotten one, make a plan to do it. And by the way, we're going to give you access to some of our tourist attractions at the same time as a further incentive.
And New York City offering other enticements, because if you get a shot here, you also get some freebies, things like free tickets to the New York Botanic Garden, to the Rump Zoo, to performances at Lincoln Center. And one more thing, they're taking something that was kind of seen as a lemon and making lemonade out of it. You know, restaurants really took such a hit at the beginning of the pandemic. You could only do outdoor dining and had to put money into outdoor tables. Many of them have covered spaces and eating spaces where folks can dine outdoors. Now the tourism officials here are saying we are now a cafe culture. They're using that as a way to draw in tourists who may not be able to go to the original cafe culture in Europe, but saying it exists here. We're one of the great dining destinations in the world. All of it to
City back up and running this summer. Should the COVID vaccine be mandatory for the U.S. military? The Navy Surgeon General thinks so. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Howard Jackson takes a deep dive into vaccine hesitancy and vaccination rates among our service members.
Hey there, Allison. You know, the Marines are the only branch releasing numbers for how many service members are actually declining the vaccine. And right now, those numbers show they're saying no at a higher rate than the rest of the country. That kind of vaccine skepticism is being called a critical threat to our national security by some lawmakers, with this push by some to get the military to make the vaccine mandatory.
To most people, it's simply a shot, but to the military, it's like biological body armor. At least that's how the Navy's Surgeon General describes it.
This is no different than putting on a helmet and a black jacket in a combat zone.
Admiral Bruce Gillingham says more than 40% of the Department of the Navy has been vaccinated already. But the latest numbers available show more than a third of all Marines offered the vaccine have declined. That's a higher vaccine hesitancy rate than estimates for the rest of the country.
But that's something you're concerned about.
Some individuals have decided that they want to wait and see. And so for those sensitive, we are now beginning to see those individuals come and get the vaccine. So I think we're seeing a positive trend.
The Navy says some of those who declined may have gotten the vaccine on their own or might be waiting until the shot becomes mandatory. For now, it's not, with the vaccine still under emergency use authorization.
We still believe that the right focus is to provide the best information available. And this will help our troops to make informed decisions.
Greg asking President Biden about it in his exclusive interview last month.
Would you order service members to get the COVID vaccine? I don't know. I don't leave that to the military. Why not? Well, I'm not saying I won't. I think you're going to see more than getting.
According to the latest vaccine numbers released by the Pentagon, about 30% of the military has been vaccinated. More than 600,000 troops across all branches, and 250,000 more have had at least the first shot. Jake Wood deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan during his time in the Marines. Now, with Team Rubicon, he's mobilizing veterans to volunteer at vaccination sites across the country.
Whether you like to admit or not, the potential for COVID-19 to knock you out of the fight is there. We owe it to Americans to ensure that we're as ready and capable to defend our interests.
Admiral Gillingham says it's critical to make sure the vaccine is available along with good information about it.
Do you see a point where this vaccine, in your medical opinion, should be mandatory?
In this case, I think that we've seen that the vaccine is very safe. And so I think there's a strong argument to be made for that, and that ultimately is the Secretary of Defense's decision.
Do you believe that things are trending in the right direction as it relates to the Navy?
I'm cautiously optimistic that we're really beginning to turn the corner. But I would emphasize we cannot take our foot off the gas.
You know, Allison, there is a precedent for making some vaccines, some shots mandatory for people who are in the military. But keep in mind that COVID only has that emergency authorization from the FDA, not the full approval yet. Now, that can change, and it might change soon. You already have Pfizer that has filed for that full approval, for example. If and when that happens, and more of the COVID vaccines get that approval, I think that's when you might see more of the conversation build around making potentially COVID vaccine mandatory.
School board elections becoming the latest political battleground in Delaware. A grassroots conservative group is going after school board seats and influence, fighting to open all schools and shut down some diversity education initiatives. NBC News now correspondent Dasha Burns is in Wilmington, Delaware, where there are school board elections today. So, Dasha, tell us more about this grassroots group and the candidates that are backing them.
Well, also, look, the cultural flashpoints that we've seen at the national level are very much permeating politics at the local level, and they're igniting individuals and groups interested in shaping or reshaping the future of education in America. Allison, school board elections in Delaware, typically nonpartisan, typically don't even get a lot of attention. But the executive director of the School Boards Association in the state told me that this is by far the most politicized and polarized that he's ever seen at these races. And a lot of locals are very engaged. I talked to some people coming out of the polling place here. A lot of folks that they've never voted in a school board election before. And Allison, in this blue state that is President Biden's backyard, there has been an influx of conservative candidates and conservative groups stepping into these races and looking to have some influence
at the local level, Patriots for Delaware is one of those groups. They've been organizing, campaigning, and endorsing candidates for school board races across the state. We went to one of their events and spoke with one of their candidates. Take a listen to what she had to say.
Where do you think there's too much focus right now?
Right now, I think that I know going with the diversity. I always support diversity and everything that comes along with that. But I think that to hire any diversity administrator and everything when some of our kids, 2/3 of our kids are failing in math. Like, why is that where we really need to participate?
And Allison, the group Patriots for Delaware, says they're starting with school board races, but they're also eyeing other local seats and elections that they think are going to be important. I asked them what they were looking for in candidates that they endorsed. They asked questions about COVID-19 and whether or not candidates opposed how the state handled the pandemic. They asked about whether cancel culture and political correctness had a place in the education system, and asked about how they believe schools should handle topics like race. Dasha, on the flip side here, what are you hearing from the teachers union, from other parents that aren't part of this group? How do they feel about what's going on there? Well, a lot of people are surprised at just how political this has become. They're saying this is sort of the byproduct of the 2020 race, the blue versus red, those divisions really trickling down to what typically is an apolitical kind of race. And they're interested to see what happens because there has been so much more attention here. And in these races that are local, where there are fewer voters, it can really make a difference if one or two extra people come that haven't voted before. So those groups that are on the ground organizing could potentially have a splash here tonight, Alice. All right, Dasha Burns in Delaware. Always great to see you, my friend. Kids and teens love to connect with each other online, from chats to dance parties and, of course, video games. But it is also a great place to connect with criminals who are selling all kinds of dangerous stuff. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow digs into the dark side of social media.
Social media is all about connection, but criminals want to connect too, advertising everything from fake documents like driver's licenses, passports, and bank statements to illegal vaping liquids, even cheap guns and ammo. Who is using social media to make sales?
Everybody.
Tim Mackey is an associate professor of global health at UC San Diego.
If you are a good marketer for any company, you're on social media. So you have to be, even as a criminal, a multi-channel marketer. You have to have a presence.
His startup has a government contract to develop technology to find potentially illegal content.
If you're just following a hashtag, like save animals or something like that, you might actually get exposed to wildlife trafficking.
Rhino horns, Capuchin monkeys, or tiny leopard and lion cubs on Facebook. But some of the most dangerous activity is from drug dealers.
What they'll do is they'll look for hashtags that are related to people undergoing, substance abuse crises, and then they'll post it there about the availability of drugs.
Comments on Instagram offer OxyContin, Adderall, Percocet, sometimes misspelling words to avoid being flagged. A post showing a young woman in a hospital bed drew a comment offering fentanyl. Dealers ask buyers to connect with them on encrypted messaging apps, then deliver. Ed Turnan's son Charlie died after buying what he thought was a prescription painkiller through a dealer on Snapchat. It was a counterfeit fentanyl pill.
My first reaction was, I want to believe Snapchat, and I want to go get it. And also, if we think about it a little bit more deeply, we made a decision that we're not going to try to get revenge, but it'd be better to try to get results.
We first told the Turnan's story here on Today in February. They say they want to work with Snapchat. After that aired, Snapchat reached out, and now they're working with the Turnan Family's Foundation, Some for Charlie, on a campaign to warn Snapchat users about the danger. Given everything you've been through, the tragedy you've been through, what do you tell parents?
The drug landscape has changed. It's not as we were taught a journey where you can get on the wrong path. These days, it's more like a minefield for our kids, where their next move could be their last.
Snapchat says we strictly prohibit using Snapchat for drug transactions and illegal purposes and aggressively enforce against these violations and support law enforcement investigations. In a statement, Facebook told us we don't allow the sale of illicit drugs, endangered animals, or weapons on Facebook or Instagram. Reports from our community and reviews by our teams to enforce these policies. If we find that content or an account breaks our rules, we remove the content or disable the account. On Instagram, if you search for certain hashtags like hashtag drugs, a warning now pops up that what you're searching for can cause harm or death. But is all that enough?
We believe that they would be removing a lot more if they were held liable, if they could be sued.
Gretchen Peters heads the Alliance to Counter Crime Online.
The social media companies say they're doing a lot. They're screening, they're monitoring. Is that true? They're not doing a lot. The number of moderators that these firms employ is just tiny. We ran the numbers with Facebook. The number of moderators per Facebook user would be the equivalent of the state of Ohio having one policeman.
Kate joins me live now. Kate, great to see you. What specific changes do these activists want to see? What do they want to happen here?
So let me say a couple of things. And first, I should just note that Facebook hasn't responded to that comment that you just heard from Gretchen Peters about how many people they have looking at content. We asked them for a comment and they didn't get back to us. But separately, that group, Gretchen's group, other activists, what they really want to see is a couple of things, Allison. One, they think that social media companies could stop searches of some certain keywords related to illicit activity. The other thing that they want is for what she mentioned, liability to change. They're lobbying to change the law, which exists now, that protects social media companies from anyone's content on their platforms, from being sued for that content. She wants to see that change too. At Churman, you saw in the piece, Allison, he said to me, I'm just hopeful that if Snapchat is making some voluntary changes, maybe other social media companies will start doing the same already.
Hey, now that law enforcement, what power do they have to crack down on dangerous or even illegal sales on social media?
Yeah, good question. So there's no one law enforcement agency, Allison, that regulates any of this, right? And that's what's so hard. The content is so massive. There's so much of it that no law enforcement agency is watching over all of it. I talked to the head of the DEA here in New York recently about the fentanyl pills issue. And he said, look, when we reach out to social media companies, they help us. When we ask Snapchat or Facebook or anyone for data, they help, they cooperate. That's not an issue. But when I asked, could they be doing more up front to kind of screen, he said, well, yeah, I think they could.
Okay, a really important report today, pretty eye-opening. Thank you so much for being with us. Facebook embroiled in some fresh election controversy, a former employee alleging that the company ignored or took its time dealing with evidence that fake Facebook accounts were undermining elections, not just in the US, but around the world. Facebook telling NBC it disagrees with that characterization. So what's really going on behind the scenes at the social media giant? NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons spoke with two former employees about their experiences.
They are on Facebook's front line, releasing platforms designed to give everyone a voice. Now they are speaking out. We are paid to look at the worst of humanity every day, this Instagram content moderator said in an internal post before resigning last month. Now NBC News can reveal he is Josh Scar.
You're reviewing, maybe hundreds of pieces of content a day. We're talking everything from hate speech to animal mutilation to videos of people committing suicide.
At one time, you saw 3 child exploitation videos in the space of an hour.
Yeah, and that wasn't even on the child exploitation queue.
So that just suddenly pops up on your screen.
I mean, that was a really bad day.
For 2 years, Josh worked for Accenture in Austin, Texas, a contractor for Facebook. In 2019, staff reportedly complained of inhumane conditions there. He says without moderators like him,
Facebook will become a total cesspool.
Josh says they had to be actively filtering for over 6 hours a day. One time he says a glitch allowed animal mutilation images to go online. It continued for months.
And you try and speak out and there's nothing.
Yeah, I don't think that comes directly from malice. I think it comes from a certain really inefficient management structure.
A document Josh signed made mental health programs mandatory, but warns he might suffer PTSD.
It says, I monitor my own mental health. I mean, we're basically told that the company is not going to be held liable for these things.
Accenture told us our people have 24/7 well-being support, including proactive and on-demand counselling. We ensure they have a clear understanding of the work they do. Sophie Zhang was a data scientist who worked for Facebook for more than 2 years. She felt she had the world on her shoulders.
I was literally one level above a new hire straight out of college.
When she was fired in 2020 for poor performance, for not focusing enough on her primary job, she, like Josh, wrote a scathing post and found multiple blatant attempts by foreign national governments to abuse our platform.
Facebook's job was to make money and not to protect democracy ultimately. And if I was doing something that drastically affected Facebook's ad revenue, I'm sure people would have noticed and cared.
During more than 2 years at Facebook, Sophie says she discovered armies of trolls working for authoritarian governments. What was your worst case example?
Azerbaijan was the worst example, just because of the sheer size and audacity of the behavior.
Supporting Azerbaijan's leaders. In Honduras, she says, she found fake pages backing the president. Facebook, she says, took a year to take the posts down, while she was overwhelmed, forced to choose where to defend democracy and where to let it go.
I was just one person. I can't single-handedly fix the world, though I certainly tried.
Now she believes interviews like this are what will make Facebook listen.
At the end of the day, Facebook is focused on publicity. If the crossfire is what we call it at Facebook.
Facebook told us we fundamentally disagree with Ms. Zhang's characterization of our priorities, adding that they have already taken down more than 150 networks of coordinated, inauthentic behavior. Facebook says a more than 200-person expert team works with hundreds of sources like the FBI. Corey Krindo runs a not-for-profit called Fox Club to demand changes. She says Facebook is failing its workers and its users.
If we're going to have a global public square, a platform that billions and billions of people use, it is Facebook's responsibility, its direct responsibility, to moderate that platform properly.
It's come to the bottom line. We're taking a look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Today is all about tech. 44 state attorneys general telling Facebook to scrap its Instagram for Kids plan. The AGs are worried about mental health, cyberbullying, and privacy in this bipartisan letter to CEO Mark Zuckerberg, saying it appears that Facebook is not responding to a need, but instead creating one, as this platform appeals primarily to children who otherwise do not or would not have an Instagram account. NBC News senior media reporter Dylan Byers joins me now. Dylan, this Instagram for Kids is designed for kids under 13. The AG is saying that kids that young aren't equipped to deal with the challenges of having social media. What else did they write?
Yeah, 3 things. The first is that the effects of Instagram, the effects of social media on kids that young is a primary concern for them. Secondly, what you said, that kids aren't equipped to handle it, that they don't exactly know, how to make the right decisions about what to share or what content to look at that young age, that they might start sharing things that invade their own privacy and that they may regret sharing later down the line. And then third goes back again to this concern that Facebook isn't doing enough to sort of make sure that they're protecting the safety and privacy of kids. And so basically what you have here is widespread concern from the attorney generals that an experience that we have already collectively as a society decided is problematic for adults and for society generally is now about to affect kids in ways we can't even anticipate.
Yeah, that's a pretty good way to sum it up. Listen, we've talked about this before, right? About a month ago, child safety groups and lawyers were voicing similar concerns to ask, right? Other internet companies have services for kids, and thinking of YouTube. So why do we concern here is specific to Facebook.
You're right, and it's not just YouTube. I mean, you think even about television. When television was invented, there were concerns about what the effect it would have on society, and then broadcast networks created cartoons, and all of a sudden there was content for kids under the age of 13. I think what's different here is that we're keenly aware at this moment in time about the new effects that social media is having on us as a society. And I think we want to be very careful about the effects that can have on young kids. I think YouTube might have skated through that a little more easily by virtue of the fact that they're dealing in video, and that's a little more similar to television. Instagram, other social media networks have created a whole new kind of platform for people. But look, if you accept the notion, which I think is true, that the future of media is really a social media experience, then you have to anticipate that there's going to be some sort of social media experience for kids. And it's a question of how do you get to a place where that experience is safe and where kids' privacy and safety are protected.
So to that end, what's Facebook saying about it?
Yeah, Facebook is effectively saying that they are trying to proactively make that experience better, that they're aware of these issues, and that they're talking to mental health experts and child experts, and trying to ensure that those kids have a great experience and a safe experience. And I think that's part of the way that Facebook sees this, which I think is different than the way that the attorneys general see this, which is it is not so much that Facebook believes it is trying to create these new products solely to make more money. They see that kids under the age of 13 are already accessing Instagram, are already accessing Facebook, and they want to create a safer experience for those kids, and they want to give parents more visibility into what their kids are looking at, so that they too can make sure that their kids are having a safer experience. And I think it's just a matter of the AGs and of Facebook finding product around.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, Dylan, I do not envy parents these days having to worry about keeping their kids safe on social media. I grew up when we didn't even have the internet yet, and man, things are more complicated.
A lot more complicated.
Well, thank you. This next story doesn't put a smile on your face. I don't know what will. A 101-year-old calls himself the happiest man on earth, and he is a Holocaust survivor. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith shares his amazing story.
My dear new friends, with a ready smile and a twinkle in his eye, a man of indeterminate age holds his audience spellbound. I was at the bottom of the pit, so if I can make one miserable person smile, I'm happy. Eddie J.Q. describes himself as the happiest man in the world. We wonder if perhaps he is also the wisest. I do not hate anyone. Hate is a disease which may destroy your enemy, but will also destroy you in the process. His 2019 TED Talk in Sydney, Australia, ended with a standing ovation. When we spoke with the 101-year-old recently, we were deeply impressed. Whether his life was hope, it is no more hope than a finish. Dismissible bromides from a harmless old-timer, these are not. Eddie J.Q. was born Eddie J. Kipowitz in Germany. He is a Holocaust survivor. This is me when I came back. I read your book. It sounds to me like you were very proud to be German. Very proud, because I thought I lived in the most civilized, most cultured, and certainly the most educated country in Europe. And I was German first, and German second, and Jewish at home. None of which mattered to a nation of people gone mad. People in society should not forget what they did. I don't hate no one, not even the German, but I despise them. 6 million Jews lived to death, starved to death, tortured, and murdered. What I have seen is incredible. I think these people, but they don't want to believe. I was finally transported to what became my hell on earth, Auschwitz. My parents and sister were also transported to Auschwitz, and I was never to see my parents again.
He is the happiest man on earth, and Jake becomes his survival, and then misery after the war, until he and his wife started a family.
All my years, I have known this life can be beautiful if you make it beautiful.
Many years ago, I didn't say I didn't have a wife and children, and grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. And this is happiness. Family, he says, is key, as are friends. Friendship is priceless. Shared soul is half soul. And shared pleasure is double. Truths hard earned from a man entitled to bitterness and resentment. I speak about happiness. I speak what life can be. If you're healthy, you're a multi-breed. And that is happiness, says Eddie, a choice available to all. I want to make this world a better place for everyone. I want everyone to take a step back and say, we are here for all of us.
Hey, NBC News viewers, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here. And click on any of the videos over here to watch the latest interviews, show highlights, and visit listings. Thanks for watching.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Fellers. Right now on Morning News Now. Authorized Pfizer's COVID vaccine gets the okay from the FDA for kids as young as 12. What parents need to know as the U.S. boosts its efforts to get kids vaccinated before school starts this fall. Pipeline panic. Several states are dealing with a shortage of gas after that cyber attack that crippled a major U.S. pipeline. The efforts now to stop any ripple effects as we learn more about the group taking responsibility for the hack. Social media scrutiny. A new report finds the world's biggest online platforms unsafe for LGBTQ users. Plus, Facebook under fire by former employees. What some are saying about the way the company polices user posts. And tiger on the loose. Neighbors in Texas had a terrifying encounter with a live tiger. And this morning, it's still missing, and its owner is under arrest. We'll bring you the latest. That's not something you expect to see when you're walking a dog.
It's really they should find out one soon.
Yeah. That's still on the list. Oh my gosh. All right, we'll get to that a little bit later. We'll start though with that breaking vaccine news where children will soon be able to get the coronavirus vaccine.
The FDA has authorized Pfizer's two-dose vaccine for kids who are 12 to 15 years old. As soon as this Thursday, some 17 million children, all high school and most middle school students, will be able to sign up for a vaccine appointment. Until now, only teenagers aged 16 and older can receive the vaccine. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now with the latest. So, Priscilla, key to reaching herd immunity is getting more kids vaccinated. Tell us what's behind the FDA's decision and what comes next.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. That is certainly part of it. FDA officials are saying that this decision is really important to a return to normalcy and ultimately ending the pandemic. And the most important piece of that announcement is officials saying that this vaccine is safe for those younger children. Take a listen to what officials had to say about this news.
It concluded that the known potential benefits of this vaccine in individuals 12 years of age and older outweigh the vaccine's known potential risks.
We know this is a big step for our country. Vaccinating a younger population brings us closer to returning a sense of normalcy and ending the pandemic.
A CDC advisory committee will meet on Wednesday to ultimately update those recommendations, and we expect the CDC director to sign off on this. And as you mentioned, we could start seeing those shots going into arms by Thursday, and officials are saying that this will be available at pharmacies, but also through pediatricians if parents want to have that conversation with their child's doctor. Joe, Savannah?
Again, this is just 5 Pfizer. Priscilla, what about the other vaccines? When could they be available to more children?
Yeah, both Johnson & Johnson and Moderna are running trials in children, and Johnson & Johnson is testing their one-dose vaccine in adults aged 12 to 17 years old, and Moderna is testing in children as young as 6 months old, and we expect to have an update on those trials by the end of the year. We could see those vaccines, more vaccines coming onto the market for children.
Let's talk about reopening. Washington, D.C. now plans to lift most capacity restrictions a month from today on June 11th. What kind of rules will then remain in place?
Yes, DC is the latest state to make, or latest district to make that announcement. And we know that by the end of next week, most businesses are going to be able to operate with no capacity limits, except for bars and nightclubs that are going to be at 50% occupancy. But by June 11th, those occupancy limits go away, and 100% of DC government employees are also going to be expected back in the office. But of course, folks are still going to have to wear those face masks, and that is in line with CDC guidance. Joe?
All right, Priscilla Thompson, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Dr. Mario Ramirez. He's an emergency physician and the former pandemic and emerging threats coordinator under President Obama. Dr. Ramirez, we always love when you join us. Thanks for being here. So let's now talk about this news with Pfizer and kids. One poll shows only about 30% of parents say they will allow their kids to get the COVID vaccine right away. And I understand the concern. You're worried about your kids, but we need more than that to get this in order to reach herd immunity. How do you convince other parents that this vaccine is safe and in fact something that their kids should get?
Yes, it's a great question, and I think, certainly those of us in the medical community have a role in kind of communicating the data and talking about how safe we make this vaccine, and that's all really important. But what the polling also shows is that the most valuable sort of force that helps people understand that they should get a vaccine is whether they see people around them getting the vaccine. And so, I think as more and more parents see other parents vaccinating their children, this is going to start to sort of ripple outwards. And this is a trend that matches what we see with other vaccines. Understandably, particularly as a parent myself, we're all super careful and super worried about injecting anything into our kids. As a physician, I would say that the data around these vaccines is really, really good, and I have full faith and confidence that these are safe vaccines, and I'll vaccinate my own kids when they become eligible. But ultimately, I think it's just going to take more shots going to more people for people to see that this is really safe.
Yeah, Doctor, you mentioned other vaccines and how this is a concern sometimes, and we know there's obviously lots of conversation around vaccines and children. But those are things that they need in order to go to school. And if a parent decides that they don't want to do that, a lot of times that means that their children end up homeschooled. Do you see something like that happening here for the COVID vaccine? I mean, what does this mean in terms of school and parents and if they're okay with their kids getting this or not?
Well, we're at a real pivotal point right now for a couple of reasons again. So the first is that Pfizer has just submitted their application to become a fully authorized drug, which moves it out of that emergency use authorization phase. And when that happens, that does lower the regulatory burden for anybody who wants to actually mandate a vaccine, whether that means employers or whether that means schools. Now, vaccination policy about what's required to attend schools is actually set at the state level. It's not set at the federal level. And so what that means, and I think we can all see how this plays out, is that there will probably be some states that lean further into that and possibly require the COVID vaccine to go back to school. But then I think there'll be a lot of other states that just don't feel comfortable making that recommendation. So I think we're likely to see a really fragmented sort of response in that regard.
And Doctor, what do we know about side effects in kids? Are they going to experience the same things that adults have been getting with the vaccine?
So in their trials, they found that the side effect profile was exactly what it was in adults. The main side effect was pain at the injection site, and then a much smaller number of folks who had some fever that was relatively short-lived, some body aches and some chills. But overall, we didn't see any other new side effects at any sort of greater rate than we were seeing in older persons. And so overall, the safety profile looks exactly like it does in older people.
All right, Dr. Ramirez, really important information. Thank you so much.
Nearly 5 days after a ransomware attack crippled the country's largest fuel pipeline, the system remains mostly offline. The company is now using a fleet of trucks to move fuels and works with the Department of Energy to prevent supply shortages. President Biden says he's tracking the situation, that his administration is committed to preventing future attacks.
My administration takes issue No, this takes us very seriously. We have efforts underway with the FBI and DOJ and Department of Justice to disrupt and prosecute ransomware criminals. And my administration will be pursuing a global effort of ransomware attacks by transnational criminals who often use global money laundering networks to carry them out.
NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney remains on the story for us. So Ken, first of all, what is being done to try to get the pipeline back online?
Good morning, Joe. Well, the Biden administration is scrambling to make that happen. The Energy Department is leading the effort, but you've also got the Homeland Security cyber folks. There's a private company that's been brought in. The Transportation Department has been involved in logistics. And the company does say that they believe the pipeline will be back online by the end of the week. But this continues to reverberate as perhaps one of the most impactful cyber attacks from a consumer perspective in recent memory, and raising all kinds of questions about the cybersecurity of this pipeline company, and also the general U.S. posture of who's in charge of preventing these attacks. Nobody can seem to answer that. The FBI is investigating. DHS is trying to respond, but who is defending the United States network from these kinds of cyber attacks? That's the question going forward, Joe.
The FBI announced that the Russian hacker group DarkSide is believed to be behind this attack. Does the FBI usually put that kind of information out there so quickly?
No, in fact, that's about as quickly as I have seen the FBI attribute an attack in recent memory. When North Korea attacked Sony Pictures a few years ago, it took weeks for the FBI to proclaim that it was North Korea, even though immediately the intelligence community knew that it was. And so this is really unusual. It may have to do with the fact that DarkSide itself has released a statement on the dark web claiming responsibility and saying that they are a criminal group and that they're not affiliated with the Russian state. And as an aside, this group, which popped up last year, has really sort of perfected the business of extortion. They have a very sophisticated business model, and they've been going after a lot of U.S. companies, and they are essentially, President Biden said, they're in Russia, granted safe harbor by the Russian state.
So, again, what kind of action could the U.S. take against the hackers? And you touched on this, but is there any evidence at all to suggest that the Russian government was involved with this?
Well, President Biden said that so far the intelligence community does not see any evidence that the Russian government was involved in the attack, which is different from saying they have a policy of granting sanctuary to these criminal groups that operate in Russia but don't attack Russia. And so, this is the major public policy question going forward, Joe, which is what does the United States do about this problem of criminal hackers who are operating in other countries and outside of the reach of U.S. law enforcement, and they're able to do this kind of damage to American critical infrastructure.
All right, Ken Delaney, thank you so much. Turning to breaking news this morning, Russian police have confirmed that at least 7 students and 1 teacher have been killed and 22 people injured following a shooting at a school in the city of Kazan. NBC's Matt Bonner joins us now from Moscow. Matt, first of all, what is the latest, and so far, are there any indications of who's behind this shooting?
Joe, good morning. Well, first of all, shootings of this are really rare in Russia. We've seen maybe a handful of them over the past decade or so. But what we know so far is it looks like it's about the most deadly that we've seen, at least in recent years. 7 confirmed deaths so far, 22 confirmed injured. But there's a lot of information floating around in the state media now from unidentified law enforcement sources that say that those killed could be up to 12, with injuries well above 30. And so far, among those confirmed dead are 8th graders who were trapped in classrooms on the 3rd floor. There's some very horrific videos floating on social media of children jumping out of those windows to evade the shooter. Now, we don't know a lot about the shooter himself so far. What we've heard is he's a 19-year-old, not currently studying at the school, but the main fact that's coming out of this is that he did this with a legally procured and registered firearm. We still don't know what it was, but gun control laws here in Russia are extremely strict. And really, a civilian only has realistic opportunities to procure a hunting rifle and a shotgun typically.
So, Matt, what is the reaction so far to the shooting? Any reaction from officials or local government leaders there?
Yes, so the head of the region that this happened in, went right to the school. He's there now. The federal government has sent in a team of specialists and medical supplies and such to be on the scene. The Kremlin has very swiftly reacted this morning as well. This expressed his condolences and also ordered a thorough review of those already very strict gun control laws that I mentioned. And this morning at the daily Kremlin press briefing, Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesman, suggested that there's enough loopholes in these laws, strict as they are, that someone with intent could find a way to register something that we might consider to be an assault weapon as a civilian hunting rifle. So it seems that there's going to be a bit of a debate on these gun control laws now.
Matt Bodner, following breaking news out of Russia this morning. Matt, thank you so much.
We're seeing a fresh escalation of violence this morning after Israel unleashed another wave of airstrikes on Gaza in retaliation to rocket attacks. NBC's Molly Puncher joins us now from London. And Molly, let's just start with the latest here, which I know includes several dead, plus children.
Hey guys, good morning. That's right. And this is a fast-moving story developing kind of right now as we speak. So overnight, by the numbers, as you mentioned, Savannah, at least 24 people have been killed in Gaza by Israeli airstrikes, including at least 9 children, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry. Now, the Israeli military says they were targeting Hamas military targets after the militant group fired rockets into Israel. Now, we know of at least 6 Israelis that have been injured on the Israeli border. And this morning, just minutes ago, we heard a report of a direct hit of a building in Ashkelon, that is the Israeli city right on the Gaza border. Now, Hamas has threatened in the last couple of days after the heightened violence in Jerusalem, after we saw that heavy-handed military crackdown, after we saw Israeli military troops storm Al-Aqsa Mosque in the final days of Ramadan. Hamas has threatened to fire rockets, and they actually did overnight. And this is what we're seeing this tip for tat. Now, this is only going to escalate. As a sign of that escalation, the Israeli defense minister has called up 5,000 reservists. But there are a lot more people, a lot more reservists that we could call up if this gets going.
And Molly, let's back up a little. I mean, of course, we know that tensions in this region are long-standing, but they've been mounting in Jerusalem for weeks. How did we get here, and what's behind this newest round of violence?
Right, so the fundamental reason for this violence is not new, but the latest fuel to this fire was an Israeli court case that threatened to evict Palestinian families out of an East Jerusalem neighborhood called Sheikh Jarrah in occupied East Jerusalem. And this has sparked protests. This sparked people gathering in the old city, really kind of convening on the old city, and that sparked a heavy military crackdown. Now, our team on the ground in Jerusalem spoke with one of those families, Samira Dajani. Take a listen. This is her message to President Joe Biden.
Put yourself in my place and think about your future and think about your right. No, Joe Biden, think about your humanity. Please, we are human beings. We are owners of this house. My parents, my brothers, my children, my grandchildren, we are growing here.
Now, the Dajanis have lived in that house in Sheikh Jarrah and occupied East Jerusalem since the 1950s. And evictions and the push by Israeli settlers to evict Palestinian residents of Jerusalem is nothing new. But I got to say, the escalation that has come after this really feels different.
And how's the international community reacting to all this? And do you think we'll hear anything from the UN Security Council?
There has been a UN Security Council session. There has not been a statement. I'm sure we will hear something. We will have to hear something, I think, today or tomorrow, especially given that Gaza escalation is only continuing. We did hear from Secretary of State Anthony Blinken. So let's listen to what he has to say.
All sides need to de-escalate, reduce tensions, take practical steps to calm things down. Visions some of the steps we've seen in the last 24 hours. Not actually traveling parade, not decision on the positions, but it's imperative that all sides take steps to de-escalate the situation.
And this is not de-escalating. That statement certainly didn't hold both sides kind of away from the brink. And you got to say, neither the Israeli side nor the Palestinian side are necessarily doing anything that is different than what they have done previously. But we'll certainly stay on it for you guys this morning.
Right.
so much.
The House GOP is set to hold a history-making meeting tomorrow. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy officially told conference members to expect a recall vote that will likely oust Representative Liz Cheney from her leadership role. NBC News correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now. So, Leanne, as many have pointed out in this letter, McCarthy says, we fiercely defend free speech and also we embrace free thought and debate. At the same time, they're moving forward with plans to remove Cheney from her leadership role for essence speaking her mind. What else can you tell us about McCarthy's letter and the reaction to it?
That's absolutely right, Joe. He's justifying that position by saying members in the rank and file can voice their position, but if you're a member of leadership, you have to toe the line of the party, and McCarthy has chosen what that line is, that is not criticizing the former president and perhaps letting the lies continue that the last election was in fact stolen. But he's also encouraging his members to vote to oust Cheney in that meeting on Wednesday. So all in all, this really was an extraordinary letter where he's really trying to publicly now influence his members to remove Cheney from her leadership post, Joe.
And some of Cheney's allies have also been speaking out ahead of the vote tomorrow. What are they saying?
They sure have. There are a lot fewer than the people who are saying that Cheney should be removed, but they're a very vocal minority. They are saying that Cheney has every right to be in the conference, every right to be in leadership, and she actually had the exact correct position. Let's listen to Representative Adam Kinzinger yesterday.
I think when it comes down to it, that's Liz Cheney's, what she's being removed for is making me uncomfortable and being consistent. And God bless her for having the consistency to tell the truth. Because history, I'm going to tell you in the long term, is going to write very well about her. And people are going to have to stand up and do the right thing. But the last thing I'll say is this, is one person continually bringing all this back up is not Liz Cheney, it's Donald Trump. Donald Trump was out of power after January 6th. And Kevin McCarthy went down, probably with smoothies, and put the paddles on him and resurrected him and put him back to life.
And McCarthy says that the reason he's doing this is because the board looks for to gain the majority in the 2022 midterm election. But Cheney and Mitt Romney faction of the party say that by embracing the former president, you are going to lose Republican voters, especially in those much-needed suburbs that are necessary to regain that House majority in November. Joe.
And Liam, while we have you, let's look over at the Senate, where Democrats are moving forward with their voting rights bill, a hot topic right now. What's next for this legislation?
Yeah, this has been a big priority for Democrats, especially since what you see happening in some state houses across the country, like Arizona, Texas, Florida, Georgia, where they're trying to restrict access to the rolls. What's happening is that the Senate is what they call marking up their legislation. They're going to go through the legislation line by line. At the end of that process, they're going to vote it out of committee. We're told that it could take days because this is such a controversial issue. Republicans want to drag this out and it's politically bad for Democrats. And they all say absolutely disagree with this legislation. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer are both going to attend this committee event, something that is not happen very often, Joe.
All right, thank you, Leanne. Good to see you got the flat jacket now. Let's go check out your morning news hour.
Which means Bill Cairns is here. Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Lots to love to the weather. Not for our friends in the East. We talked about them a lot lately. That's how they have a good deal, but I'm talking about you. A lot of heavy rain, a lot of thunderstorms are plaguing this region. Flash flooding is likely once again. I'm going to do severe weather. Even at this hour in the morning, the radar is very active. You can see all those little flashy things. Those are all active lightning strikes even at this hour. So from New Orleans over to Lake Charles, and especially between Shreveport and Alexandria, already some heavy rain. We do have flash flood watches that are up for this region. We're expecting about 1 to 3 inches widespread, but isolated with the 5 to 7 inches of rain. This area is already soaked, so the soil is already soggy, so it's not going to take a lot to get some flooding out of this. So watch out for New Orleans, Alexandria, big Shreveport. Dallas and Houston, you'll get rain and storms, but I'm not expecting a lot of widespread flooding near you. And maybe our friends in Mississippi and Alabama eventually will get some too. Our computers are thinking that up to 1 to 3 inches from Jackson to Montgomery. So for today's forecast, it's a chilly morning in the Northeast and Great Lakes. It's going to be a beautiful afternoon. Low humidity, temperatures in the 60s. Just soak it up and enjoy it because you know it won't last forever as we go through May. And out west, we're looking pretty nice too. We're getting a little hot over the next couple of days. Phoenix near 100 tomorrow. And, Dallas 68 this time of year. Pretty rare, guys. I mean, we're heading into mid-May now, and temperatures start to soar. But the weather map is cooperating.
Hey, that's good news. Thanks, we'll see you next time.
Coming up, a closer look at social media.
What former Facebook employees are now saying about the tech giant and how they police their platform. Up next. More than 400 people were shot or killed in the U.S. just this past weekend. Authorities are urgently trying to figure out why we're seeing such a dramatic increase in gun violence, and experts warn the summer could be even worse. NBC News senior national correspondent Tom Youngis has more.
Samantha and Joe, good morning. Great to be with you on NBC News now. As we track the reopenings and the easing of COVID restrictions across this country, there's another trend that we are also tracking, that's the uptick of crime and in some parts of this country skyrocketing rates when it comes to shootings and murders. A new body cam video showing the chaos in Times Square after a gunman turned the crossroads of the world into a crime scene. 3 people shot, including this little girl. Watch as an officer applies a tourniquet, lifts her up, and rushes her to a nearby ambulance. A 23-year-old tourist also shot. Such child went to my level, and I started screaming, asking for help. All of it part of a violent weekend that reached every corner of America. More than 400 people shot or killed. In South Florida, shoppers inside a mall hiding in terror as gunshots rang out. Outside, others running for safety.
More shots are still being fired.
And in Colorado Springs, 6 people shot and killed in a birthday massacre. Police say the gunman took his life. In Los Angeles, Chicago, Philadelphia, homicides and shootings are all on the rise compared to this time last year. In New York City, shootings are up a staggering 79%. And because of safety issues here in New York, the mayor has started a new program. Any city worker who commutes into work can sign up for a travel buddy, essentially a co-worker who will ride with them on the subway to make sure they get to and from work safely. The violence across the country is even surprising to criminal justice experts who say a spike in gun violence usually occurs after Memorial Day. You think this summer will be more violent?
I do. This summer, the early trends indicate that we're going to have a more violent summer in 2021, and that's after we had a very disturbingly high summer of 2020.
So the big question, why the uptick in crime? The criminal justice experts we spoke to say it could be a variety of reasons. The pandemic, financial insecurity, including unemployment, and of course mental health issues with certain Americans. That, coupled with low morale at police departments across the country. Joe and Savannah?
Last week, Facebook found itself embroiled in fresh controversy after its oversight board upheld a ban on former President Trump, at least for the time being. Donald Trump is just one of a billion users. Now the social media giant is facing new criticism, this time from former employees who are opening up about their work with the company. NBC's Kirk Simmons has this exclusive report.
Facebook's front line, policing platforms designed to give everyone a voice. Now they are speaking out. We are paid to look at the worst of humanity every day, this Instagram content moderator said in an internal post before resigning last month. Now NBC News can reveal he is Josh Starr.
You're reviewing, maybe hundreds of pieces of content a day. We're talking everything from hate speech to animal mutilation to videos of people committing suicide.
At one time, you saw 3 child exploitation videos in the space of an hour.
Yeah. And that wasn't even on the child exploitation view.
So that just suddenly pops up on your screen.
I mean, that was a really bad day.
For 2 years, Josh worked for Accenture in Austin, Texas, a contractor for Facebook. In 2019, staff reportedly complained of inhumane conditions there. He says without moderators like him,
Facebook will become a total cesspool.
Josh says they have to be actively filtering for over 6 hours a day. One time he says a glitch allowed animal mutilation images to go online. It continued for months. And you try and speak out and there's nothing.
Yeah, I don't think that comes directly from malice. I think it comes from a certain really inefficient management structure.
A document Josh signed made mental health programs mandatory, but warns you might suffer PTSD. It says, I monitor my own mental health.
I mean, you're basically told, like, the company is not going to be held liable for these things.
Accenture told us our people have 24/7 well-being support, including proactive and on-demand counseling. We ensure they have a clear understanding of the work they do. Sophie Zhang was a data scientist who worked for Facebook for more than 2 years. She felt she had the world on her shoulders.
I was literally one level above a new hire straight out of college.
When she was fired in 2020 for poor performance for not focusing enough on her primary job, she, like Josh, wrote a scathing post that found multiple blatant attempts by foreign national governments to abuse our platform.
Facebook's job was to make money and not to protect democracy ultimately. If I was doing something that drastically affected Facebook's ad revenue, I'm sure people would have noticed and cared.
During more than 2 years at Facebook, Sophie says she discovered armies of trolls working for authoritarian governments. What was your worst case example?
Azerbaijan was the worst example, just because of the sheer size and audacity of the behavior.
In Honduras, she says, she found fake pages backing the president. Facebook, she says, took a year to take the posts down, while she was overwhelmed, forced to choose where to defend democracy and where to let it go.
That was just one person I have single-handedly fixed the world, so I certainly tried.
Now she believes interviews like this are what will make Facebook listen.
At the end of the day, Facebook is focused on publicity. If a press virus would be targeted at Facebook.
Facebook told us we fundamentally disagree with Ms. Zhang's characterization of our priorities, adding that they have already taken down more than 150 networks of coordinated, inauthentic behavior. Facebook says a more than 200-person expert team works with hundreds of sources like the FBI. Corey Kreiber runs a not-for-profit called Foxborough to demand changes. She says Facebook is failing its workers and its users.
If we're going to have a global public square, a platform that billions and millions of people use, it is Facebook's responsibility, its direct responsibility to moderate that platform properly.
A new report finds some of the largest social media sites are havens for LGBTQ hate speech.
The report comes from GLAAD, the National LGBTQ Civil Rights Group, and they say these platforms are unsafe for users. The report says, quote, the prevalence and intensity of hate speech and harassment stand out as the most significant problem in urgent need of improvement. Facebook is named in the report, and in an email to NBC Out, they said the company is committed to creating, quote, safe and inclusive places for the LGBTQ plus community. A Twitter spokesperson said they welcome the report and the, quote, opportunity to better understand the experiences and needs of the LGBTQ plus communities on our service.
Let's bring in Sarah Kate Ellis. She is the president of GLAAD. Sarah Kate, always good to have you with us. I want to ask you about that word unsafe. Tell us more about what that means and how harassment affects people, especially those in the LGBTQ community, when they're using social media.
Well, good morning and thanks for having me. Yeah, it's a public safety and health issue, what's happening online on all of these social media platforms. We look at 5 in particular, the big 5. And what we found, why we did this in the first place, which is really important, is that we found report after report so that LGBTQ people face the most harassment and bullying on these social platforms. And so we wanted to look deeper into what was being done because we hear a lot of lip service around this. And they, these social media platforms show up for Pride Month in June. but we wanted to see what was happening on a daily basis. And we really put together an advisory team from Silicon Valley with top-notch people to take a look at what was happening, and what we found was egregious, honestly. But what we wanted to do was partner with these platforms. We're sitting in this in-between place. We need government regulation on these platforms. There's no ends or buts about it. The problem is that it's taking too long, and sitting there in the crossfire of the LGBTQ community being harassed and abused on these platforms. Not to mention all of the mis and disinformation that's being spread like wildfire. And quite frankly, you can draw a direct line between misinformation on these social media platforms and the over 100 anti-LGBTQ bills that are going through Congress right now. I mean, at the state level.
Now, Sarah Kate, I know this is your inaugural social media index, and the plan was actually to grade platforms, I think, and then glad to determine these sites would have failed by your standards. But rather than giving out those Fs, you decided to not give any grades at all. Why is that?
We wanted to set them in a place of partnership. We wanted to offer them solutions to these problems. And so quite frankly, what we created for them was a roadmap to getting a better grade, to getting out of the F range, and actually creating a place that's safer for our community. So these are actually, in the report, we go deep on each of the 5 platforms and give them a plan for how to make it safer for the LGBTQ community. So a year from now, what I want to see is those plans have been implemented, and we will be grading them in a year. But this also gives us the opportunity throughout the year to hold them accountable. They now have laid out for them the challenges we face as an LGBTQ community. And quite frankly, this is for any marginalized community on these platforms. We're just seeing the harassment and the bullying at epidemic levels for the LGBTQ community.
And Sarah Kay, while we have you, we do want to ask you about another major story that developed yesterday, talking about the news from the Biden administration. They reversed that Trump-era policy that effectively let medical professionals turn away transgender patients for religious reasons. What do you think about this new HHS policy?
I think that we have to let people monitor their own body, and the government monitoring other people's bodies. Trans people should have the right with themselves, with their medical providers, with their families to make decisions, medical decisions about their own bodies. And so I am in full support of this and so happy to see us moving forward, especially in a moment like this where we see state legislators trying to control and monitor trans bodies.
Sarah Kay, thank you so much for joining us to discuss this and tell us about this new social media index you guys have done here. It's a great report with a lot of great recommendations.
Thanks for having me.
Local school board election is the latest political battleground.
How the outcome could come down to partisan divides, that's next.
NASA's OSIRIS-REx space probe has started its long journey back to Earth with asteroid samples. The robotic space rock prospector arrived on the asteroid Bennu in 2018. After orbiting it for 2 years, it landed last fall and vacuumed up some samples. Now the rocket boosters are engaged, and it's on a 2-year trip back home. The rocket is holding up to 1 pound of space rocks, which is actually more than researchers hoped it would bring back. Here's why this is so cool. Bennu, the asteroid, is up to 4.5 billion years old, and it's believed it holds preserved building blocks of our solar system. It's a lot of work for 1 pound of rocks, but those rocks can tell us a lot of interesting information.
So I liked all your technical terms there. They fired up the rocket boosters and it's kind of like a NASA report.
Yeah, that's it. We're all becoming NASA reporters.
So much space. Thanks, Joe. We've seen how the pandemic and this past year's racial tensions have shaped elections at the national level. Now it's impacting local elections. In fact, hyper-local elections, school board races. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns joins us from Wilmington, Delaware. Dasha, good morning. So there are school board elections happening statewide in Delaware today where you are. And
These are typically not super partisan. There's no party affiliation officially declared or noted or anything like that. But this time around, it really sounds like it's becoming this political battleground. Tell us about what you're seeing there.
Yeah, Savannah, things are a little bit different this time around. The executive director of the Delaware School Boards Association tells me this is by far the most politicized and partisan that he has ever seen these elections. And that's the same for a lot of reasons. Look, the cultural flashpoints that we've seen at the national level, they are permeating local elections as well, particularly the debate around COVID-19 restrictions and school closures, and the conversation around race issues and how those should be handled in the education system. And these issues, they are firing up individuals and groups here. And in this blue state that is also President Biden's backyard, it's firing up a lot of conservative voices. And there are grassroots conservative groups that are eyeing some of these local seats, local elections as a way to have more influence and to have their ideals and agendas reflected. And I believe last night we went to a meeting for one of those groups, Patriots for Delaware. They are organizing and endorsing candidates for all the school board races across the state here. And we spoke to one of the candidates that they're endorsing. Take a listen to what you had to say.
Have you ever been involved in politics before? No, I have not. So what drove you to dive right in this time? I was staying home with my children for a year. And like you were saying, the education process that they were receiving, getting to spend more time with them during the shutdown, and really wanting to be the voice for parents. There is racism, it should be taught, and the kids should be made aware of it. But all Americans have been slaves at one point. You know, so why are we just focusing on one group?
One of the leaders I spoke with of Patriots for Delaware told me as they were looking for candidates to endorse, they asked them questions focusing on things like how they feel the state responded to COVID-19 when it comes to education, questions about whether parenting culture and political correctness has a place in the education system, and questions about how they believe race education should be handled.
Actually, really fascinating stuff, especially when you put in context again that this is school board elections, not city council or mayoral races. I'm sure we will see something like that down the line. Dr. Thank you so much.
Let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
NBC News correspondent Janice Mackey-Fair joins us this morning. Hey, Janice.
Hey, good morning, guys. We're going first to the Strait of Hormuz, where a U.S. Coast Guard cutter fired 30 warning shots at Iranian patrol boats that were harassing a group of American Navy ships. This, according to the Pentagon. And this is the third time in less than a month that vessels from the U.S. and Iran have had this sort of close encounter near the Persian Gulf. Tension has been escalating around talks to renew the 2015 nuclear deal. Here in China, a once-in-a-decade census confirms this is still the most populated country on Earth. Though the birth rate is going down and is now at its lowest point in generations. Chinese officials say that the population here grew about 5.4% to 1.412 billion people between 2010 and 2020. But only 12 million babies were born last year, and that's an 18% decline year over year. And it's really deepening concern here of a demographic crisis as the country is rapidly aging. And finally, doctors in Italy are keeping a very close eye on a 23-year-old woman after she accidentally was given 6 doses of the Pfizer vaccine. Now, she's okay. She was in hospital. She was monitored. She's been discharged and is said to be in good health. But how does this even happen? Apparently, the health worker filled the syringe with the entire bottle of vaccine, not realizing that each bottle has 6 doses in it. And she only discovered the mistake after she gave the shot and saw that there were 5 empty syringes still sitting there. The hospital spokesperson says they are investigating, but they're confident that this was human error. Guys, that's a look at your headlines.
Right, that's a scary one. Janice, thank you so much.
Coming up, it's a story you might have to see to believe. Thank you, Scott. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Texas, where a tiger was last seen on the prowl in a residential neighborhood. Thanks.
Time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
CNBC's Frank Holland is in Graham Shows this morning. Hey, Frank.
Hey, good morning, guys. Let's have some airline news. American Airlines has added a fuel stop to 2 daily flights out of Charlotte on the outlet showing the Colonial Pipeline. It's the first domestic airline reporting the impact of that cyber attack on the pipeline. And that pipeline carries nearly half the fuel used from the East Coast. The American says it's looking to ensure that it has enough fuel and all across its fleet, and the additions to those 2 flights are going to go back to normal this weekend. More than 40 state attorney generals are pushing Facebook to drop its controversial plan to launch a version of Instagram for kids under the age of 13. The argument social media can be harmful to a child's physical and mental health. It also points to Facebook's history of privacy issues. Facebook is insisting that the version of Instagram will give parents more control than they have now. And Ford plans to build the electric F-150 Lightning pickup truck in Washington down 119. The F-150 will be built starting next spring at an army factory dedicated to electric vehicles by the FC. It's choosing to put Ford second only to the iPhone when it comes to the sales of consumer-grade product. A report by Boston Consulting Group says Ford generated more revenue from the F-150 than all the major sports leagues combined, talking $40 billion. So it's almost a support of the American culture. Wow, that really is.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, Frank.
Texas now, where the search is still on for a tiger, yes, tiger, that was seen roaming through a Houston suburb. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in the neighborhood where the big cat, the tiger, was spotted. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. Truly a wild story about how you look at it. You can only imagine the shock for everyone in this neighborhood when they looked out their windows and saw a full-grown tiger strolling by in broad daylight. Now, authorities tell us it was being kept as a pet inside this home before somehow managing to hop a fence and to get in a frightening confrontation. All on camera.
The shocking viral video capturing a tiger on a Mother's Day prowl in this West Houston community full of families. Neighbors like Gigi and LaGravre telling me they're still in shock.
And had no idea that he had the tiger.
When Deputy Wes Mannion heard a tiger was loose in his own neighborhood, he rushed over with his service weapon drawn.
At one time that I want to kill a tiger.
But his eyes peeled for cars or kids. Mannion spotted a man who appeared to be the tiger's owner. Who he says kissed the big cat before leading it inside.
I told him to get the tiger back inside as quickly as possible. It's for the protection of the neighborhood and everybody around.
When Houston police arrived, an even more bizarre scene unfolded.
The owner put the tiger in a white SUV and drove off.
He jumps his own car, goes through his yard, and then gets down the road here.
Tiger in the car.
Tiger in the back here.
Authorities say the suspect, 26-year-old Victor Hugo Cuevas, was arrested last night, but was out on bond following a 2017 murder charge. He's now charged with evading arrest, but police say they still don't know where the tiger is.
I'm concerned that they get regaining control of the tiger.
This is far from the first incident involving the big cat here in Texas. 2 years ago in the Houston area, Loki was found abandoned in a cage, and just months ago, Elsa was being kept as a pet when she was rescued from the bitter cold. The Humane Society of the United States says more than 400 dangerous incidents involving big cats have occurred nationwide since 1990.
It is incredibly inhumane to have tigers in your house.
And for those who watch these, too close for comfort.
So in a lot of shock.
And this morning, Victor Cuevas is in jail in Richmond, in Texas. His attorney tells us, despite him being the one who initially made contact with that cat and even fled this scene, he is not the actual owner of the tiger. And as of this moment, the whereabouts of that big cat still unknown. So back to you.
Uh, Sakit dia. Buset Kak. Buset. Betul. Kalau may sakit to, serious. Kalau may sakit, hindi naman pala layar. Umalis, walang tao. Nasa peak group na. Ito naman po hindi. Yes po. Ako ba yung ito? Hindi mo kita ako nito. Agapi. Tanggal hari na nila ako sa agapi. Ay, wala na ako sa agapi. Lista pala ako. Ano ba yung na-apply ko dati? Agapi 25. Mas ko agapi 25. Seven onto. Agapi 27. Last ko. Agapi 28. Hello ko, Rebisda. Kumusta po? Waiting mo po ba yan, madam? Ikaw po ba yung naka-white na jacket? Sweet. Nakita ko na po yung whitey mo, madam. Na-search po kita. 351. 3.5. May GC ka po ba, madam? Nagkatambay siya. Sorry, isda. Ano rin ko nga yung vlog mo.
Kabasa, I just want you to have an idea how long the walk was. So it took us 11,253 steps back and forth. It's a good number, isn't it? I'm so proud of myself.
Irina. Irina ka pala, bisdak. Pinapanood ko yung video mo. Nag-walking ka. Nandiyan ka pa ba, bisdak? Stairway to heaven. Ay, ganda rin palang lakaran dyan. Pasok ka lang, sis.
That's our guys. Most of that's what we call full bag, and I'll show you whole island. Yeah, the island there. That's what I do. Yeah, the island there. That is the whole. I'll show you the overlooking view here. It's so refreshing. Wait. My sister is trying to hide from the camera. Lovely Chloe. Hi. If it's lovely day, you can't find Irish people in their homes. It's either they're in the beaches or they're hiking. So I see some of them are starting hiking early, and now I see more people coming here and hiking while enjoying the view. I don't know kung sa purpose ng bato, pero cute kasi in fairness. You can go there. There you go. For there. In the history, this is what we call cairn. It is a stack of stones at the top of the mountain to bury a person.
Is it doing wood? O cemento? Ang ganda naman ng view. Ang tiyaga naman na nag-DJ sa'yo.
Yeah, and then we'll come back. Let's promote ang video sa TikTok activities.
Happy and healthy cows produce great milk.
Cooking from home.
That's it, Kawasan. That's the end of our walk. And I hope you enjoyed the view. Because I am very cool with the view right now. It's so amazing. So, to those who are new to my channel, please don't forget to give it a like, comment, and share, of course. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel and hit the bell for more videos.
Saan ka nag-isda? Hindi kita ma-libra. Ayos mo nga ito ko yun. 370 na yan. 370 na. Pasok kayo guys. Para dikitan ko kayo. Ina. Dikitan ko na yung mga premier bukas. Hindi mo may pagtapos na sila. Chris Dapos. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Kita mo na si Chris. Chris Dapos. siya bukas. Saan premier dito? Wala naman siyang premier. Saan kaya dito? Dirty. Sakto. Bukas naman. Hindi na sobrang. Naglagay na break, parang wala na siya pang-upload. Waiting. Tingnan ko si siblings. Hindi ko pa nalikitan ito. Kay siya. Nalikitan ko siya. Kay siya. Vlog. Banyak betul lah, no? Independensi. Sebenarnya hindi pa niya ako na lagyan ng jacket. Independence. Ito si Haji, pero pwede papasok na dito. Okay, papasok yan dito. Papasok na. Hindi. Okay. Ah, 34 days pa ba to? 14 kasi tayo. Game. Simple yun. Wala dito pero meron siya. Ano kaya yung February nito? Wala naman siya mga ano. 6 hours pa to. Sabihin, Amy, Teresa. Ang kalaman. Parang mali yung mga namin. Kasi hindi naman pa namin. Simple easy. Sila araw-araw meron siyang upload. Nakakapag-vlog. Nakakalabas ito. Meron na siyang every bukas. Sila. 30 days. Siya upload pa. Grade 17 official. Bago to ah. Official. Saan dito? Tinapas. Oh. Bago lang siya. Bago lang. Madami ka. Wala pa rin mas kasi alista na. Sitin mo sila kayo. Ay, ito na. Hindi ba? Hindi ito. Ay, ano, wala pa na kasi naglagay na ng premiere. Ang sana kayo guys. Mamaya ko na yung gawin kong 10 hours to. 7 ang oras na. 9, 8, Naiintindihan ko para sa 14 hours. Ligo muna guys. Ay, ako. Yung trip ko sa buhok. Ito yung nagtatinita yun. Natin. Init ng tubig. Init ng tubig dito sa Middle East. Na tayo ng TV sa labas. Tayo nakita naman. Pasok kayo guys. Sa mga pasilip-silip dyan. Ayaw nyo kasi makipagkwentuhan. Kwentuhan tayo habang naka-live. Dahil si Mr. na sa trabaho, iniwan niya yan na naka-live. Ako na lang muna ang kanyang sub dito. Mamaya darating siya. Baka di maayos ang higaan. So mga friend ko dyan, lumabas na kayo. Ay, sino ba? My turn. Ayaw na. Hindi naman lubat. Lubat ba siya? Mhm. Ayaw na. Ay. Exercise muna tayo. Para di magkasakit. Ay, matanda na tayo. Kailangan mag-exercise. Ay, Diyos ko, Lord. Hirap ng buhay ngayon, guys. Malayo sa pamilya. Malayo sa mga anak lalo. Bigyan natin minsan. Ating bulaklak. Exercise din tayo pag nasa Pinas. Kailangan natin ng exercise. Exercise muna tayo.
Umaga ako bukas eh. Umaga ako bukas. Eh, hindi ko pa rin. Quick shower na ako. Dito na ako. Para dito ako dito bukas.
وسهلا.
Okay na.
Bye na mo. Bye guys.
Bye.